government in general, when they start getting heavy-handed, you know what I'm saying? The government in general, you know, it just comes to a point in time where people is like, all right, that's like whatever the case may be. See, just like with the what's the name was kind of like that. The case with what's the brother's name? The brother from Staten Island. That they choked out. Yeah, the brother that they said was selling cigarettes, but they never found no cigarettes.
Are you talking about Eric Gardner?
Eric Gardner.
Yeah.
That was a bugged out case to me, like, but you never produced the cigarettes.
Yeah,
You know, like, I know that's kind of nitpicking. You know what I'm saying? But dude, you said you was selling cigarettes.
With cigarettes.
Yeah, what is it?
I mean, no. But how do you go about controlling that narrative?
You gotta control the narrative.
Well, I was talking to somebody about this before they came here. It should have pissed me off. So I was talking to the Shirley girl, and she was telling me that she was aware of certain things that are affecting her and that are controlling her emotions. But she just saying that, you feel me, it just is what it is. But me personally, I'm like, if you're aware that something is trying to control how you feel, you're allowing it to control.
Right. Now, look, that's the world famous spot. That's the world famous spot, the world famous place. You know what I'm saying? You know, at what point, right, does, you know, all right, look, but you know now. You understand what I'm saying? It's like if a person say, you know, well, you know, I just swung my hand like that. You know, I didn't mean to slap you in the face. I didn't know you were standing right there. Right? They did on the way back, they go like that again. That, all right, but you know now, you understand what I'm saying? Like, at some point, so that's something that
some brother from Mecca.
Yeah, Powerborn, they got.
No, a whole quarter.
Oh, tall brother.
No, on my side, your side.
D Mecca, all right.
Yeah.
They said they coming back.
They leaving Saturday.
All right, they probably be back tomorrow. You know, I can't put my comments in, Troy. Is it me?
Matter of fact, the name is in the book.
All right, I'm gonna come check you. Oh, there we go.
Why is that?
Oh, we got everybody in. Well, we got Supreme Power. What's Supreme Power? What Supreme Power is that? Truth Rules, Wise You, Latif, I Got Sincere, 7, Night Visible, VC Realm. But yeah, that was it.
It's just like, I don't know, hearing somebody say that, but like hearing them also like arguing with me while saying that, it's just like,
yeah, that's how that's mostly gonna come out. But that's what I'm saying, that the person, like if a person say, you know, listen, you know, I'm this way because of this thing right here, you know, that happened to me before I had the ability to understand. You know what I'm saying? But now that you have the ability to understand, right, why are you not adjusting?
yeah, that's
But that is, you know, now you're getting into the science of, you know, see, when you come into the knowledge, right, we tell you that you're 7 on day 1. See, that's what makes this science right here greater than all the other sciences. See what I'm saying? Because we tell you on day one. Now, what makes it difficult than all the other sciences, right? Is now it's on you to go back and learn all that other stuff that you would have had to learn. You understand what I'm saying? To get to that point. To these other people that have made you study 35 to 50 years, right? Where first, you got to just carry my water. We got to see if you humble enough to carry my water, right? That your mind is even prepared to have this knowledge, right? To see what kind of person you are. If you're not that humble, this knowledge might end up being dangerous to everybody around you because of how you might use it. You see what I'm saying? See, on this right here, now you got to go back and be humble. And see, it's difficult to do that after somebody tell you that you got.
For sure.
You see what I'm saying? But see, in all of these steps and stages, right, you really got to see some people, we get into this, right? And you get the knowledge, right? And so because we say, yeah, 6 is the limitation, right? And you think now you got the knowledge, so that knowledge plus that 6 make you 7. But see, just that 6 is the limitation. I don't mean that was your limitation where you was at. See, some people is coming into the knowledge at 2, 3, 4. And those are other steps and stages that you have to do. There's things, like for instance, you might come into the knowledge not knowing how to read and write. Right? Now that's not really it's not a what for what with your intelligence. You know what I'm saying? You could be highly intelligent, just haven't been exposed to the learning of reading and writing. See what I mean?
Yeah.
However, for you to continue to use your potential intelligence at the maximum, you got to go back and learn how to read and write. You see what I'm saying? Because there's knowledge that's preserved in that way. That's just a way that man has devised in order to preserve knowledge. You see what I'm saying? Everybody's not speaking the same language. Everybody, you understand what I'm saying? Everybody, you're not existing in the same time with them for them to tell you what they have to say. You see what I mean? But if it's written down, if it's recorded.
That's crazy that you said that. Because I said that in the conversation too. I was like, because she be telling me the person that she's trying to be. And I was like, I just realized, like, when I be talking to you, like, when you say certain things, I'm speaking like to that person, not who you serve.
Right. And that's that's what happens. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot, look, and that happens with anything. A person could go out, right, to, at one time, once upon a time, right, Michael Jordan went to try out for his high school basketball team and didn't make it. You understand what I'm saying? So now it's things that I got to go back and build up. You see what I'm saying? It's not to say that those things is not within your potential, but just saying if you leave that out, you understand what I mean? The foundation is weak. So when you're reaching up into the infinite levels, it's going to be flooded because you got things at the foundation of the house. You understand what I mean? You on the 7th floor, but maybe the foundation is weak, right? I mean, the foundation is strong, but the 3rd floor is weak. You understand what I'm saying? So it's still it's the same thing, but that's just not, you get into the actual science of truth or square. You see what I mean? Does the truth put you on your square? You understand what I'm saying? Does it rise you to the fullest level of your civilization of being perpendicular? You see what I'm saying? Or are you still in the dead state before you had the knowledge of these things? You understand what I mean? Like it might be something that a person, for whatever reason, you didn't realize that you was missing that thing in your life. You know what I mean? Or it might be something in your life that you didn't realize that wasn't normal. You understand what I'm saying? But then once you come to that level, right, does that change your level of civilization? So that's the difference between the wise person and everybody else. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else, is varying degrees of what has to happen before they learn. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, the fullest elevation of learning, right, is to build something with what you know. You see what I'm saying? You know, once you can get into the action, now that's when learning is complete. You see what I'm saying? Some people may think learning is complete when you read the science, right? Or learning is complete when you memorize the science. It's not.
This one is understood after being applied.
You see what I'm saying? So, you know, yeah, that's just the science of growth and development, you know, that we're talking about. And, you know, that's on every level. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, a person can't show up at the hospital and expect to get hired as a doctor. You know what I'm saying? And they haven't, you know, and you know, they can tell you all the stuff, you know, those same types of things. Well, you know, I couldn't go to medical school because this, that. Yeah, we understand that. But we're not about to let you operate on people, you know what I'm saying, based on that.
But it's like, I'm starting to, so I said last time, I'm starting to realize and understand shit different. And I see things differently. It's just like, I notice in the way I speak, in the way I choose my words, and like how I approach things. It's just like, I'm realizing not a lot of people do the same thing. So when I speak to them, all the times, like certain things go over their head, or they just not understanding where I'm coming from, or able to like, not decipher, but like just get the message behind what I'm saying. Because it's not like you said, like is it keeping me on my square? And it's like the truth keeping me on my square, but it's like it's the truth at the end of the day, but it's not keeping me on your square. It's like you understand what the truth is, but you neglect it. So it's like I'm realizing. I think I just don't know how to operate between the two different planes.
Now look, some of the things that you're saying, right, is as you get into the lessons, right, you're going to see those are just the characteristics of the 85%. That you describing. That's just the characteristics of the 85%. They poison animal eaters, slaves with mental death and power, people who do not know the true and living God or their origin in this world and worship what they know not, who are easily led in the wrong direction and hard to be led in the right direction. So see, that's what you expect. Yeah, that's the characteristics of the 85%.
I'm saying as you talking, I'm like, you're telling me exactly what you like. Listening to her speak to me and like tell me what the issue was, it was just like, yeah, you know exactly what to do, but you just like, nah, basically, I'm just like, that's kind of confusing.
Yeah, but see, now look, that's by training. You know what I'm saying? Like if you've been trained during your life, right, that there's a way that you can feel, right, that will answer all your problems. Like if you just love Jesus, right, you answer all your problems. You don't really have to do the other stuff. You can just let go and let God.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that. Self-saving. Is it about self-saving? Is that the or? Is it basically the distinguishing between the person that is going to do it for themselves and not waiting for something, whereas Savior,
which is selfish Savior, right? First of all, would be to save yourself, right? You know, and then you would be able to save others, right? But it's one of the things where, you know, both individuals is involved. You see what I mean? Because see, if you try to save somebody, right? Especially depending on what they're doing. Like if say a person is drowning and you go to save them and they try to fight you, both of y'all can drown. You see what I'm saying? It's other situations like that. The person has to cooperate. You know what I mean? Like if I throw you the life raft, you gotta grab it. You can't say I didn't help you. You understand what I'm saying? Or if you know, the person is down there they done fell in the ravine and they throw you the rope and say, look, tie this around you. You know, you gotta cooperate with the people that's trying to save you. You understand what I mean? So see, it works in both ways.
I take it as like a person who's able to do it for themselves, or a person who's waiting on someone to do it for them.
Exactly. That's why it's first save yourself. You know what I mean? Now, once you save yourself, you can be a savior to others. You see what I mean? But what I'm saying is that it's still duty on both sides. So, like you said, now when it comes time to save yourself, there's duty on you. So when you get into the lessons, right, that degree right there, that's the 19th degree, right? When you get into the lessons in the 140, it says, if a civilized person not perform his duty, what must be done, right? So right there, it first gives you the penalty of the person who has the ability to be a savior. It tells you if that person doesn't perform their duty, they shall be punished with a severe punishment. But see, it also tells you about the student and their duty, right? When it tells you that the servant knew his Lord's will and prepared not himself shall be punished, shall be beaten with many stripes. You see what I'm saying? So just like with any yin and yang kind of thing, right? Give and take kind of thing. Teacher and student falls in that realm. You understand what I'm saying? Where you can't, you can't show and prove you a good teacher without good students. You know, you can say that. You know what I'm saying? But you can't show and prove it without good students. You know what I'm saying? And a good student, he can say he's a great student, but he can't show and prove it without great teachers. See, that goes together.
Is that so? That coincides with like the roles that are being played, as far as or like characters. So I remember I asked you about the you, he, her, and I. So
Yeah.
So realizing who you are, but then like realizing which characters are which, or like
yeah. So that's very important in all of these stories, right? You know, especially look in the beginning. Of course, you got to identify I.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? That's the most important person. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, of course, because of the what you call that, the curse of Ham and all of that, you know what I'm saying? The I in these other books don't come out too high. You understand what I'm saying? You know, the I in 120 is well, it first says who's the original man, right? The original man is an Asiatic black man and making the only criminal planet Earth, fallen civilization, God of the universe, right? So now, out of that description right there, how many times can you say I? You see what I'm saying? If you say I all 7 times, right, then you have the full potential of God of the universe. See what I'm saying? See, most people, when they first come in, you just, you know, Asiatic black man, check. You see what I'm saying? But see, once we get the maker, owner, creator of planet Earth, we still got to build that up. You see what I mean? Just like I was saying, now look, if you just go straight from saying, you know, yeah, I'm the Asiatic black man, and now I feel like I'm God of the universe, or, you know, that's what the law was teaching, or whatever the case may be, without actually taking those steps, right? Then, you know.
So is you like you, or like it's you like when you is said, is that spoken?
Yeah.
Like me myself, or you as a person?
Great question, right? Now that depends on who you are. You see what I'm saying? Now, see, you and I can be one and the same, or you can be other. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now that depends on, like I said, who's the person that you're dealing with, right? Because see, now when you deal with the science of the universe, right, you got you and I.
Okay.
But we got some other people that came in. You know, another thing I want to deal with, we get back into the Kyle Rittenhouse thing too, but the first thing that's hot off the presses that I wanted to see what the brothers. I didn't even have a particular rant for the day, but I wanted to see how do brothers feel about the individuals that was convicted of the assassination of Malcolm X being, would they get exonerated? How is that? Because these types of things to me are not super important. You know what I'm saying? Not.
Hey, God said give it to you. We came by this morning.
Not because it's not history, you know what I'm saying, or for certain people, I understand the whole part about closure, but I'm just saying that for me personally, right, those types of things is kind of the worst part. You know what I'm saying? Meaning, like, with any situation, right? Like, say you're talking about Martin Luther King, right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the Christian shit, I don't even hear that. You understand what I'm saying? The other stuff that he's saying, right, that's about the real issue, in terms of him, invoking all this Christianity as if that's going to help the situation. That's different, but that's with anything. If you read a book, you understand what I'm saying? If you go to college, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be certain professors that the shit they taught you is not really useful, you know what I'm saying, as you go on, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, that stuff, you just leave it alone, right? And you preserve the best part for yourself. You understand what I'm saying? So that's not, like, say like this, right? That happened. It don't change how I see Malcolm X. You know what I'm saying? It don't change how I see any of the teaching, in terms of him being assassinated, even with that, there's even with that event in and of itself, right? The best part of that I take from it is that it put an exclamation point on things that he was building on. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, like, a lot of other brothers, what I'm saying, they might have did, things, but because they didn't return to the essence, right? We might not have heard of it. You understand what I mean? It might not have been the same. You know what I mean? They definitely became martyrs, and that's the best part you can take from that, just in terms of that on that universal level. You know what I'm saying? But everything else about it, in terms of who did it, and like, is it going to change anything? Is anybody going to jail? You know what I'm saying? I mean, now look, like I said, I'm talking about for me. Now for the family, there might be some lawsuit money now. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? Maybe, but they have a whole other relationship to the victim. You understand what I'm saying? So, but what type of thing? Because the most angle that I look at it from is that hold on a second. Yeah, let's think about that.
Okay.
What else? Oh yeah.
You talking about?
To me, it just seemed like the type of thing where what's my man's name? Vance. What's his name? Cy Vance. He's the district attorney for Manhattan. So that fell in the jurisdiction of Manhattan. Audubon Ballroom was that's like 167th Street. What's that? 166. It's like 166th Street in Broadway. And we're Broadway in Amsterdam, place like that. No, Broadway in St. Nicholas. We're across like that. That's where the Audubon Ballroom is over there by the hospital, Presbyterian. Yeah. So, being that the event occurred there, that put it under his jurisdiction. So he was the one that, I guess, dropped the charges, but I didn't read all the way into it. But to me, that's, he's going to be running probably in the next cycle. And, something to lock in the black vote, like when I was there, I made a move because you got to figure that might spark some kind of new investigation now. Like now we got open case now. You know what I'm saying? It's a cold case, but he put it back in the, where it was a solid case. So he might just say that, now I can be a commission on really what happened, and because he don't want to go out and he try to run for something else like Kamala Harris, and then people got all this shit to say that you was fucking up when you was there. So I don't, other than that, I don't but I don't know what y'all think about that. Hold on, I put the link right there. You see if nobody came in. But what is the the Malcolm X case? Well, what is the general idea of the brothers out there on why that occurred? Because this year you can I don't want to say justice, that let's just say I'm using that word loosely. You know what I'm saying? But this year appears to be some of the justice coming, right? We got the Kyle Rittenhouse case just came through. Amar Arbery case is in motion right now. You know what I'm saying? And now we're drawing up this part right here about this Malcolm X situation. Well, not really Malcolm X situation. That's one thing that like Malcolm X was the one that did something. You know what I'm saying?
Going back, I was listening to Ali. That'd be going back. I was like, look, way to portray Malcolm X. Like, I'd be going back and watching old films, like movies that just have those prominent figures, and the way that they try to display their perspective or like their point of view through the things that he was saying. It was like in a movie you were talking about Malcolm, and Malcolm was talking about Martin Luther King, and he was just like expressing how they're basically just trying to bring home the fact that he was just on some enemies, like as possible. Like he was just saying, he brought up an example of Martin Luther King, how people were getting beat up, and he was just expressing how if he was there, it would have been different or something like that. But it's just I'm realizing through a lot of old films how they try to display their character through the things that they say, but they take it to the extreme. Like they try to make it seem like they were totally polar opposites. And like,
That,
like I know there's a division, but like they really try to like.
now there's two ways to look at this, right? Now, there's my grandfather's way, right? Of looking at it. Where, look, they've never, well, Kobe Bryant, right? Outside of Kobe, and even he had his time, they've never really allowed a black man to die a hero. And a lot of those brothers, they got caught up in their own iniquity.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? But when I first noticed it was Sammy Davis Jr. Sammy Davis Jr. died, and he didn't have no money. His house went in foreclosure and everything, and they had it on the news and shit. You know what I'm saying? The people coming, and it was white people. And they was coming, and his wife was there, and they was showing them taking stuff out of his house and shit. And I was a kid then, but I understood that part. Like, yo, son, where the fuck is Frank and Dean in them right now? Like, y'all can't loan a nigga a couple thousand to stop this shit from happening on TV like this and shit. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, and I felt some kind of way about that. That, and Sammy Davis was like, he was my favorite entertainer of everybody, but he was Sammy. You know what I'm saying? And I just, I noticed that, yo, you rock with these white people, but you got in trouble at the end and help. You know what I'm saying? I see the same thing happen with OJ, but he's another person that they couldn't let him, you know what I'm saying? Once you, when the portrayal is too great, you know what I'm saying? They got to do something to take you down and shit. You know what I'm saying? And now to the other part that's a little more general, right? Is that just like we were saying with the narrative before, you know what I'm saying? Like right now, they talk about Michael Jackson like we never liked that nigga. We don't understand how the fuck he got famous. You know what I'm saying? We never liked this nigga. Why was he, who the fuck put him on the radio? You understand what I'm saying? And they talk about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King like, yeah, we was good buddies, man. Like we don't know who the fuck, why would somebody want to kill Martin? Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? When at that time, you know what I'm saying, they hated him. You know what I'm saying? J. Edgar Hoover doesn't go after the people that America loves. You know what I'm saying? At least not the that the government loves. You understand what I'm saying? You don't call these people the most dangerous people in America. You understand what I'm saying? If you like them. So that's just a part of the narrative. You know what I'm saying? But see, they do the same thing with anybody. You know what I'm saying? The way they portray John Kennedy, the way they portray Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, they got a way that they put the narrative, you know what I'm saying? And, the particular things, to me, that's kind of twisted, in my opinion, right, is that in terms of the mainstream, right, because Malcolm X, he spoke about human rights, right, but he was speaking about them in reference to Black people in America. But see, you have a whole bunch of other people now that come in, you know what I'm saying, and try to kind of co-opt that message. You know what I'm saying? That, he wasn't, You know, his mindset and his words and his actions wasn't informed by the condition of the original people here in the wilderness of North America. You understand what I'm saying? Or you know, just with the lack of what's the word, you know, Malcolm X never stopped wanting to be in the NOI. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, being that that's not kind of like a more popular part of the story. You know what I'm saying? It's a lesser known part of the story. You see what I'm saying? So now, you know, you can kind of separate them out because there was a documentary that came out, you know, because that was when kind of the destruction of the militant Malcolm X was complete. When they came out with the movie and they had these flags where it had the X, but it was the United States flag, like the colors. You know what I'm saying? That's when it was like, all right, yeah, I don't know who this guy is. You know what I'm saying? Just as somebody who grew up hearing what he had to say, you know, coming into the knowledge of self and everything and knowing what the NOI and Elijah Muhammad and the teachers that he had is about, I was like, yeah, I don't know what this shit is. You understand what I'm saying?
It takes on a whole different person.
Yeah, and it was a documentary that came out around that time. And in the beginning of the documentary, right, it was all original people. You know, whether they was people, you know, that might have known from the street or penitentiary or when he first became a Muslim, whatever, those was all the people in the story, right? But the last person in the documentary was this white dude that said, you know, ultimately, Malcolm was my friend, so some of that nature. And the thing he said, that I was like, see, that's the kind of shit the 5% you should get niggas for. Did you just say that? He said ultimately, Malcolm was far too intelligent and too great of a mind for him to be contained by a limited philosophy like they was teaching in the NOI. You understand what I'm saying? So ultimately, you know, yeah, he joined the ranks with us. You understand what I'm saying? And all of that stuff what happened before, you know, he just didn't get a chance to live out this other history that he was about to live with us. You understand what I'm saying? And it's like, yeah. And, you know, they exploit, as they always do, right? The beef that occurred with him and the NOI. But, you know, to me, you know, it just makes me wonder, you know, why now? But this you said, when they showed the reenactment footage of the assassination, there was individuals who rushed the podium. Were they not one of these individuals? Because here's the thing, you know, you got 1,000 people there that by their own admission, you kind of not there. You know what I'm saying? Like you got NYD people there, you got FBI people there, you got NOI people there. Like, you got all kinds of people there that, you know, they not exactly there to hear the speech. You know, all I can tell you is, listen, what does it mean? I wasn't even born there. The rest of you niggas is suspect. Y'all better have a good alibi. You know, but I can just vouch for myself and tell you what it means. You know what I'm saying? With a lie too. The person come up and give me too much detail saying, look, who's the other niggas that was with you? Which fuck? How you get all this detail? That's what we need to know. That's what the motherfucker said. Three people were in the building. Well, who's the other two guys with him?
Again,
Turn crazy.
I got a question about tutor letters.
Say it again?
I got a question about tutor letters. Then now nation
Mhm.
So is the pause, I mean, is the comma like signifying the choice? Like now, nation, or like, it's like a choice between the two,
Mhm.
like building a nation or understanding.
Yeah, but it also goes together. You know what I'm saying? Like when I first was coming to knowledge, right? We should say now is the time to join a nation or come to an end. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, when you're dealing with the science of now or end, right? You know, pretty much look, if something ain't happening now, it's over. It's ended. You understand what I'm saying? That cipher is ended. You understand what I mean? But like you said, now look, a cycle can complete, right? And then go through a next cycle. So that's like how you said certain things, you might do something, right? And then you might leave the room, right? And then the next person that comes in and be like, oh snap, that thing right there is done. See, that's still now. You see what I'm saying? That still exists. You see, now we talking about the difference between something that's infinite and something that's limited.
Yeah.
Right? And the nation, you know, if we doing what our duty is to do, right, which is to teach, then we dealing with now. You understand what I'm saying? And everybody that used to be, they ended.
Once you had said the when they come in like that's now, that made me like
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The time is now.
That makes sense.
You understand what I'm saying? Because, like you said, whatever is occurring right now, right, is an end result of all the things that already occurred, right? And then whatever is going to happen in the future, right, is a culmination of the things that we're doing right now. You see what I'm saying? So if you chasing now on the clock, right, it's impossible.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Because it's by the time you get the word now out, that's already the past. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, the future, we already know you might don't even get there. You understand what I'm saying? So the only time is now.
And then the second one was Queen.
Mhm.
So talking about playing roles. And like when I was looking to the definitions, they kept saying like a white king or like a female one merch.
Mhm.
But then I thought about other things. One I thought about what you had said, as far as like playing roles. But then I also remember like the 1, 2, 3, like the
Mhm. See, it's what you gotta remember with that, right? See, when you said it's a wife to the king, right?
Yeah.
That's well, it's not a hotel channel, so we can explore. That's kind of the easy way out. You understand what I'm saying? Now, when you say a female monarch, right? You can still kind of take the easy way out, but see, it's also that is a certain set of characteristics.
Yeah, that was one of the.
Yeah, that's yeah. So when you say she's a queen, right? She got a certain set of characteristics as opposed to your serfdom. Yes.
What about responsibility?
Yeah.
Like, because when I was thinking about queen, I thought of queen bee, and I looked up why like every colony of insects has a queen bee, not like a king.
Mhm.
They was just saying how each hive has a queen, and like their purpose is to produce chemicals or like scents that help regulate the immunity of the colony and lay its eggs.
Mhm.
So when I read that about the Queen, it kind of reminded me of as far as like the sun, moon, stars, so like the father, the mother, and the child, like producing the chemicals to like unify the economy. You know what I'm saying? Like just as far as like roles.
Actually, they do it in real life. It's called oxytocin. That is it's a bonding. It's a chemical that causes women to make bonds. So when they have sex, they release it, but I think they release the most of it at childbirth. You know what I'm saying? So it causes them to have these strong bonds. So like when you hear them say the woman is the glue that keep the family together, yeah, there's actually some scientific science.
Yeah, that's what. But I also thought about Queen of Chess. Like as far as having the ability to the way it's able to move, would you say that aligns with the role or responsibility and characteristics as far as like Queen of real life?
The queen,
like the chess piece, as far as like moving in any direction, right? And moving through. Would you say that kind of like
you know, that it's wild that you say that too, because the you know, in the history of chess, right? The way the queen moves now is a modern queen. It didn't always move like that. So the queen on the chessboard is kind of a modern woman too. Let me see. But I say,
like, do you think that has any sort of connection? Or like the role as far as like how it may be used in the chess game?
yeah, let me think about that one for a minute. That's a um it's possible. But I not probable. Yeah, you got the realm of possibility, the realm of probability. So yeah, I'll put it like that. It's possible, but not probable. So what I'm saying by that, right, is that in my opinion, this is a little bit abstract, but in my opinion, right, there's periods of time, right, that people can kind of take advantage of, right, and parlay into something. You know what I'm saying? So, not to say that that's, the history of everybody that's Italian. You know what I mean? But, clearly, when they had their turn doing illegal business, you know what I'm saying? They parlayed it into some legal things that still concrete there for them now today. You understand what I'm saying? The Irish did the same, you know what I'm saying, other people. And, we've had certain times, right, where we was doing well enough, right, that if we had invested that, right, we would have came out better. You know what I'm saying? So, and, with us, we have a particularly bad habit of whenever we get a lot of money, we give it back to the richest people in the world. You know what I'm saying? We go out and, we get rims and Benzes. You know what I'm saying? These are the richest people in the world that we bring back to. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we not, really making no type of reinvestment. You know what I mean? So I saw it happen with brothers, for the whole 80s and 90s. You know what I'm saying? Where and I mean, there's no shame in it. I'm not saying that to say that they shouldn't do that, right? If that's what it is. But I'm saying, you got dudes that, they work at the supermarket or something. You know what I mean? And I remember when, they was one of the largest dudes, around this block. You see what I'm saying? But it's that, you didn't you didn't parlay it, even to say that, all right, I invested in all of, with all these other people right here, right? And then so now I might be down, but I got all of these people right here to kind of lift me back up. You know what I'm saying? So I think the same thing is happening right now for Black women, but it's just that they get in bags and shoes, you know what I'm saying, instead of rims and chains. You know what I'm saying? So they not the way I'm saying right now, right? If and see, you can't do that because they boss bitches. So that's why I'm saying it's not probable, right? But let's say if we could just take that away for a second, right? That's what I would say. That, look, it's y'all kids. That's, why y'all not investing more in the education? You know what I'm saying? It's your kids that's failing. You know what I'm saying? But you're not investing in none of those community things. You know what I'm saying? That's stopping. The situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got a group of people, and that's just something that we do in general. But like I said, all of these is kind of big abstract ideas. You got, like, that's one of their main things. You know what I'm saying? Like, all these Black women that went to college, education is one of their big majors. Yeah. You understand what I'm saying? But you don't see it in the community. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning that by now, like, if they said, all right, look, we're going to not go to San Tropez this year, right? Yeah, we ain't gonna go to San Tropez this year, and we're gonna invest in something in the community. You know what I mean? And not that it's just on them to be doing that, but I'm just talking about in terms of the question you asked me, right? Like I said, if I was the one that could move them in any direction right now, right? If they wasn't boss bitches, that's what I would tell them. That it's just y'all turn. It's not like a competition thing, because like I said, brothers fucked it up when they had their chance. Yeah. Not saying that another chance won't come again in another 15 or 20 years. You see what I'm saying? That's crazy. I didn't see that as like yeah, I mean, but like I said, it's with any group of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, see, the Italians, they invest in all these restaurants or these, properties, whatever it might be. So it's kind of something to show. Like, you can, like, after their crime wave was over, you saw an improvement with their people. You know what I'm saying? Like, the Italians, Little Italy kind of only exists in name right now. Chinatown is really like Little Italy. All those restaurants and everything is sort of Chinese stuff around them. Chinatown is still Chinatown. Yeah, because they still got a whole bunch of immigrants that's coming. The LES used to be the slum area. This is where the slaves is around here. That's where all the ports and everything, when you coming out the Atlantic Ocean, past Staten Island, the South Sea Street port, that's where all they was coming. So you get off the boat and you gotta live right around here. It's cheap house. We don't want you wandering all around the fucking city up here. You know, at that time, Harlem is the white area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we talking about 1800s, you know, very, very early 1900s. You see what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that as a group of people, right, they elevated to where very few of them is still living down in that area. And if they are, it's not in those same slum apartments. You understand what I'm saying? The people, when they go down there now and they raid a building, right, to say, all right, you know, this shit is all illegal. You know what I mean? You got 18 people living in this one room and shit, right? Those be Chinese people now. You understand what I'm saying? But I'm saying that, look, I asked this question before. I don't know if you ever been there when I asked that question, but where is the area, right, with the Black people that made it? Meaning, like in New York, you know, you got Staten Island, where those people will tell you that, yeah, those people that used to live in slums down in LES, yeah, that's my grandfather. That's my great grandfather. That's my, you know what I'm saying? You know, you got Flushing and, you know, Sunset Park and other areas where you got the Asians that made it. You got Borough Park, where the Jews that used to live in that same area where they made it. You know what I'm saying? All over Queens, you got the Irish that made it. Where's the area with the Black people that made it? Now, nationwide, we have actually the brother in here today too, Ryan Givens. We had suggested one time that maybe in America, we could say that place was Atlanta, but Ryan Givens said, perish the thought. Ryan Givens said, don't even think it. You know what I'm saying? But so just kind of like on that tip, you know, not putting the burden on them, right? But just saying that, listen, whoever's doing it, right? Whoever's got that ability, right? I mean, you know, otherwise you're just gonna keep spinning our wheels. You understand what I'm saying? Until you know, just like I was saying with the political, you were talking earlier, right? When you were saying about realizing that sometimes something happens in 2021, right? And we gotta realize that, yeah, the real setup for this occurred in, you know, 2015 or something. You know, like for instance, one of the reasons why all of this is going on right now is because of Obamacare. See, once that freed up all that money where they could just throw all that money around in the healthcare system, before that, it said, nah, can't give out that kind of medicine like that without no bread. What are you talking about?
Oh.
The hell no, man. That shit would have been to save your life.
So shit.
Man, that shit would have been outside the pocket range of most people. To save your life, there wouldn't be no shit like that. Then listen, that shit ain't working on supply and demand. Ain't working on none of the principles of no economics except that bill. Now listen, just hit them off. We got you.
I know that.
But that's, you know, just in terms of, you know, like you said, the people who have, you know, the people who's a part of the cipher, right? From the standpoint of having responsibility that things in that cipher go correctly. You know what I'm saying? But you know, right now, see, this is another thing that, you know, the elephant in the room with a lot of these things, right? Like even my point of view when I said that, look, it's possible but not probable, is because the elephant in the room is the mainstream society that we exist in.
Yeah, for sure.
You understand what I'm saying? We exist in the mainstream society where there was social revolutions in the 60s. You know what I'm saying? And some of them work out for us. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, you know, it's commonplace.
Yeah.
And, you know, by your generation, it's commonplace for people to go to college. You know what I'm saying? You know, people younger than me even was the first person in their family who went to college. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, things like that worked out. You understand what I'm saying? That's the civil rights revolution. You understand what I'm saying? Other revolutions, like the drug revolution and the sexual revolution, did not work out for us. You understand what I'm saying? And you know, I wasn't there when those revolutions took place. But see, in the same way that we're saying that, you know, something happens, and then it takes a while for that cipher to become complete to where everybody can see it. See, when it's at the stage of knowledge, right? Only those with supreme knowledge can see it. You know, you might have an idea and you can tell it to somebody that's on the same vibration as you, and they can see it too. You understand what I mean? But if you say to somebody else, they like, yeah, I don't get it. Right now, once you start doing your thing, you take it to the stage of wisdom. There's some people, oh, now I see how you're working now. But there's some people that still gonna be like, I don't know what the fuck he's doing. You understand what I'm saying? Every step of the way, but see, once it gets to born and it's complete, now the world can see it. You understand what I'm saying? The world can see it now. So, you know, kind of in that same way, that's how those revolutions kind of took place in my life, where I recall when I heard about these things, you know what I'm saying? Like it would be on TV, you know, like the sexual revolution. I remember when it mostly was just, it was like this it was like a kind of obstacle course game show or some shit. I can't read, but it used to be called Battle of the Sexes. It would be all this shit, like tug of war and shit. You know, but that was like about it. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't really, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, I recall when, you know, it was a battle in the schools, right, about sex education and especially having condoms in the school. Like you was having these kind of battles, and then I recall when, condoms came available in school. So I'm saying, like, I saw it before it occurred, and then I saw it all the way up to, you know, to me, when Luke Skywalker came mainstream, that was at that point the wheels fell off, and it became something different. You know, it just became it was a different world, and you know, the way that world went, it didn't work out. You know what I'm saying? The same thing with the drug stuff. You know what I'm saying? You know, tuning out. You know, tune in and tune out. That might have been good for a certain segment of white America that they was all straight laced. You know what I'm saying? Like they needed to be like they out there in the suburbs where everything is mundane and shit. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah, they fuck with drugs and shit. They, you know, yes. You know what I'm saying? You understand what I mean? But see, at the end of the day, they got more stable families and shit that can kind of withstand you doing this wild shit. You understand what I'm saying? But it didn't work out for us. That turned into dope and crack. You see what I'm saying? So yeah, those kind of things that you kind of can't leave those out when you know, when you talk about the microcosm of the Black community, you know, those are things that happen, you know what I'm saying, where you know, we just didn't have the kind of pillars in our community to withstand that. You know what I'm saying? Because look, you know, there's nobody that takes more drugs than those trust fund kids.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But because they're in a family where this don't rock every day. You know what I mean? You had a Kennedy OD right here on 115th Street. Yeah, back in the 80s. I think one of Robert Kennedy's sons OD on 115th Street. Yeah. But see, because that's a stable, it's different. You understand what I'm saying?
It's a different place, but
Hey, yeah. You see what I'm saying?
yeah.
Truth Rule said, did Malcolm X inspire a lot in our history? Well, yeah, Malcolm X is our tree. Malcolm X, yeah, Malcolm X was the minister at Temple Number 7 when the law went in it. Yeah. So it's Elijah, Malcolm is in him a lot. Prince and Henry. That's how you talking to the greats.
Peace. We're gonna go help them both.
All right, no doubt.
Peace.
Peace. Let me catch back up with y'all. Oh, peace. You said one of the dudes that killed him has a documentary trying to track him down. But he returned before they got. Oh wait, one of the dudes that killed him has a documentary trying to track him down. Yeah, I think you gotta type that one over. Some I'm not understanding. Yeah. Many of the NOI went orthodox after that to try and keep clean from the situation that they knew of it. Well, you know, a lot of them they went orthodox with War of Demons. But you know, Malcolm X, you know, I don't know if you ever got a chance or if you ever get a chance to meet some of the people in a large biological family. You know what I'm saying? But you know, if you talk to them, they'll tell you how, you know, they used to go to the mosque and Malcolm X used to be their teacher. Speaking of that, yeah, I need some, what's the name too? I got, hold on, let me see. I'm working on some stuff here. See. Is trying to demonstrate yeah, check that out. But to have that what's going on? Why's the screen? Oh, here. Yes. That's getting ready to be in the stores. That's getting ready to be in the store by Friday. We got new, I got this in the kid sizes, baby sizes, everything. We got a couple more designs coming up. I'm about to, yeah, that's another thing. I'm taking suggestions right now. The merch store, I'm gonna get a domain name for it now, but Random Jewels is already taken. It's somebody with those crystals. Somebody with those crystals, they've already taken Random Jewels. So I'm taking suggestions right now on a name for the site. Yes. Let me see if I. Let me get it. Oh yeah, I'm here. Y'all can't hear me? What happened? The sound is gone too? Nah. Everything. Hold on, I'm just trying to try and get some of the some of the selling material up here. Here we go. We got the hoodie right there. Hold on. Let's see if we can get to. I gotta see this. Yeah, I got Ron Fetty said what I put the flag in small print on clothing. See, the issue with that is then now you gotta be on point. You know what I'm saying? I generally don't sell the flag. You know what I'm saying? Of course, you know, I guess, you know, I mean, I've been doing this since I was 15. So, you know, yeah, just the elements of the culture, you know, you always gonna see that. So for instance, with this right here, you see that the design has black, gold, and white, right? Now, for most people, they probably already catch that. You see where you see it says 372, that's a representation of the flag right there. See, the 7 is where the 7 would be on the flag, of course, right in the center, right? And then to the left, you got the 3, right? Which is understanding. And you know, you got the star there to be symbolic of the understanding. And then to the right of the 7, you got the 2 there, which is wisdom, which is you know, also symbolic to the Black woman on the flag. So you know, in my own way, it's included. But you know, to me, when you wear the flag, you got to be able to show and prove. So I wouldn't line people up like that. You understand what I'm saying? I wouldn't line people up like that by just making it a thing where it's like, okay, well, you got the loot. You got the loot. So now, you know what I mean? Like I don't even want to say it's temptation because it's not, but just like to not even open that can of worms. You understand what I'm saying? Where now it's about you, or is it about the loot, right? Or is it about the way I've been living out the science of the, you know, having the knowledge and having the flag, the way I've been doing that all this time? So now in general, I don't, you know, like if I did something like that, it would have to be a limited run. I can get some sweatpants. I haven't locked in on that, but there is some sweatpants that I got access to. I was thinking about that I could put this, you might see this design on the sweatpants to go with these. You know what I'm saying? But we also, hold on, I got some other stuff I want to throw up there real quick. But also another news item that came up was is anybody Like, are we excited at all? Are we up in arms about the Kyle Rittenhouse case? Got that joint right there. We're gonna be busting those out. I don't know how I'm gonna do it. I gotta try to work on it. If I could have got something like this for the back to school bags, oh man, that would have been ridiculous. We see how that works out, but in the meantime, we got them on here. But yeah, what are our thoughts on the Kyle Rittenhouse case? You ain't got no. Hold on, I'm just running through these designs quick. That goes right there for the youngsters. And like I said, we got definitely kid sizes. Do we have any suggestions for the domain name for the merch store? Is there anybody on the live right now from Florida? if you're from Florida or you have family in Florida, I advise you to look out and warn your family members to look out, because apparently some road cops from New York City are on the way down. Apparently that's the thing now. They got $5,000 bonuses. Yeah, I didn't tune into the Rittenhouse case too much. I mean, because I already made my point of view known that it's white on white crime when we're not really, in terms of the straight up case, I gotta tell you that, listen, if I'm running, don't be chasing me. I'm not exactly sure. It's a complex situation, but I'm just saying the way the case came out, I can't really argue with the finding of self-defense. All the other things that was involved, I understand all that part, and just in terms of the contrast of justice, even if you don't look at it from a race standpoint and you just look at it in a regional, kind of like different places in America. You know what I'm saying? Like here in New York City, right? There's no real gun culture anymore. Like I understand that up until like the 60s, that there used to be like a rifle club. Like there was like shooting clubs. You have a chess club or a knitting club or something like that in high school, extracurricular, that it used to be shooting clubs. And, you have students walking around the city with shotguns and they bag rifles or whatever. And, they go and they target practice, so I guess that was a time, but that was before my time. There's not a gun culture in America. So in New York City, upstate New York is different, but in New York City, these things seem odd to us. Like if you show up, right, golf club, gun club, that it, but these things seem odd to us. You know what I'm saying? And just as, the only take I would have on it, just in terms of from my own perspective, is that, look, the only reason for you to have a gun on you is because you think something's going to happen. Like it's, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, yeah, if you go to an event where, people is there for smoke and you bring a gun with you, you know what I'm saying? Even if somebody gave it to you right then, why would you need it? Like I'm saying right now, if some people call me in, they say, look, we got some young kids over here and, they interested in something that you do. So, it might be helpful if you came and kick it with them. And then right before I went on stage, somebody said, yo, you need this hammer? I'm saying for what? Is somebody else gonna be in the crowd I don't know about? Because you told me I was talking kids. So, just in terms of that, to me, there was, some kind of other possibilities in there, but they didn't bring those kind of charges. You know what I mean? Some kind of distant manslaughter or some brand, but in different places, the laws is different. But to me, you came there for smoke, but that's not what was on the, what I'm saying, the way the case came out. And with all these cases, that's what me and the brother was talking about before I had went live. Is that what can you now I was born. Yeah, now I was born. I just covered I just spoke on the story you sent me about the road cops. The road cops headed from New York down to Florida right now. She said I seen a picture with him and his lawyer posing with the judge. I don't know if it was before or after the trial. That's, but see, that's one of the things where, yes, it's some type of, that's what me and the brother was talking about, how there's just a conflict of interest, in my opinion. You know what I'm saying? When you have kind of officers of the law, having to go against each other. You know what I'm saying? There's always that question, is the prosecutor going hard enough at the officers, because at the end of the day, they're colleagues and co-workers. Ron Fetty said you need some of the bibs. You know what you should do, Ron? Send me well, I gotta see if I can get more colors in there first. I'll see if I can get more colors. And I'm saying, if you want something in particular monogrammed on there, maybe a name or whatever of that nature, let me know and we can handle that. You know what I'm saying? In fact, with all of this merchandise, we could do that. Yeah. So I have another story. This one is kind of a little bit, but like I said today, that's why the title was just The World Still Turning, because these things is going on out there. Another story, and of course, y'all know my point of view is going to be biased on this. It appears that hip hop is back at this kind of standpoint where it's being blamed for all of the ills of society. Like, I'm not exactly sure, why this always happens, but apparently now it's being hip hop, I guess, is being reevaluated for its contribution to society in the wake of what you call it, Astro World, Travis Scott. It's really some horrible things being said about hip hop. I don't know. Have y'all asked Sunyez about this? I'm sure Sunyez has a point of view on that. Hip hop did it. Is hip hop the devil now? Hip hop can't be the devil. But I've heard hip hop being blamed for all types of things. First of all, let's be clear. I don't, and look, respectfully, because y'all know I kick it with the millennials, that's how we talk. Respectfully, does Travis Scott do hip hop? Respectfully, I'm asking. I don't know. I haven't heard Travis Scott. See, because sometimes I see hip hop getting the blame, and it's like, that's not even hip hop. First of all. Yeah, like you say, hip hop equals blacks equals black. So if it's a black person and it's not opera music, then it's hip hop. That would be my first question. Yeah, it's a lot of. Have you heard this? There's a group of women. I don't know how many of them it is. But they're claiming that hip hop told them to be hoes. This used to be a Hotep channel. So I'm saying that. I know what it is. Hip hop told them to be 304s. That's how you. Pardon me. I have to do that politically correctly. But that hip hop told them to be 304s. And that now men are judging them for being 304s.
Peace to God.
Yes.
Yo, I left a phone here yesterday. You might find it.
How you try to call it?
Nah, they ain't gonna ring on. They ain't gonna ring out.
Run through, you find a phone?
No. I see no phones up here when you came. But when you came here for the bathroom, you know about?
Yeah, but that to me sounded crazy. And look, I'm just telling you, I don't recall that. I don't recall that being the history with hip hop. You know what I'm saying? To me, because here's the thing. Some of these women that's talking, they older than me. Like this one woman that was speaking on it, right? She said she was 52 from Brooklyn. She was 52 from Brooklyn. So this woman graduated high school in like 1986, 1987. Right? This is your, I'm one would assume that, in your high school years, this would be the time when you might be influenced, right, by songs that's coming out on hip hop. Now, what I'm saying now, look, I got some other people in the room with me that probably 793rd. For y'all that don't know, 793rd is our resident hip hop historian. 793rd. What song was out prior to 86, 87 where they were telling women to get Brazilian butt lips?
Yeah.
Now, 793rd, what I can say is this. There is one song that, although it wasn't saying to get a Brazilian butt lip, and we're not going to nitpick on the year. My year could be off. But I can say that I can agree that the song Tina Got a Big Old Butt right? Where LL Cool J said, Tina got a big old butt, so I'm leaving you. I can see how a young woman could say, well, yeah, that's, that was planting seeds in my mind that as soon as I might have got an opportunity to get a bigger butt, I jumped in. But outside of that, what song was out that was telling young women, yeah, go out there and do your thing? I'll wait. Anybody else who has one? Anyone else who has a song that you could tell me? I mean, there were songs that was out that was speaking about promiscuous women, but it wasn't glorifying them. Like Dear Yvette, Latoya, et cetera, et cetera. But none of these songs, I would say was encouraging young women into that behavior. You know what I'm saying? If and again, we asked 793rd, I just spoke on it earlier, but is it your also recollection that pretty much it was Luke Skywalker that kind of brought the overt sexuality into hip hop? Like even the people that were supposed to be sex symbols, right? Like remember you had Roxanne Shante and the real Roxanne. I don't recall ever seeing any skin on the real Roxanne other than her face and her hands. Rump Shaker, that was, Rump Shaker is what, that's like 89, 90. Okay, I give you that one, Rump Shaker. Okay, now the reason why I'll Take Your Man can't count is because that was Salt and Pepper. Sir Mix-a-Lot had a song. Okay, now listen, you're right. Peace. That's why I specifically said that this woman graduated in 1986 or 1987 in Brooklyn. So while there was Too Short, I'm not exactly sure when he started doing this thing, those people wasn't playing in New York. Again, unless you knew somebody in the army that was stationed there with somebody from the Bay Area, you probably didn't get exposed to that. Right, Rump Shaker is later, right, like 93. This is what I'm saying. So here's my point. By 1993, when these songs is coming out, this woman is 25 years old. So at 25 years old, you're doing what they said on a hip hop record? Like of all the excuses, I never heard a person say, I heard Road to the Riches, man. I just started selling crack, man, just right out the back door. I didn't care. Fuck it. Road to the Riches, man. Like, are we serious here? Like, wait a minute. Is this not the bigger problem that you were living your life according to rap records? Is this not, should we not full stop right there before we get into blaming hip hop?
Oh yeah.
Is that for real? But now here comes another thing here. Here comes, and listen, that's why I'm asking y'all, because I know I'm biased. I'm biased. So hip hop started around my block, see? So yeah, I'm biased. But here's another thing. right? If you notice these people that we named, now Sir Mix-a-Lot, I'm not quite as familiar with it, but LL Cool J, Luke Skywalker, et cetera, right? If you notice, over the years, the rapper who puts these unhealthy images of women and female behavior out there are mostly supported by women. I never saw a dude doing the Doodoo Brown. No, I'm not taking a shot at Sir Mix-a-Lot. I'm just saying in 86, 87, Sir Mix-a-Lot was not playing on the radio in New York. But if you look at right now, right, especially when they start putting hip hop in this kind of light, where hip hop is getting the blame, right? Here's the thing: you got two images that's out there that gets the blame, right? You got the glorifying violence, right? And you got the glorifying the unhealthy sexual images, right? Over the years, who's been the most successful? The artists with the unhealthy sexual images, or the ones that glorify violence? This is a question. I don't follow that, but question. Just hip hop, not movies, not TV. Is 50 Cent a bigger artist than Drake? Drake is past my pay scale. I don't, you know, I'm not even, but it appears to me from the outside looking in that Drake is a more successful musician, as just in terms of a music artist, than 50. And way in the back, right? 793rd brought up Karis One. Way in the back of the list, right, of the successful artists in hip hop is the conscious rapper. And why has the conscious rapper always been the least commercially successful? No support from women. Like just over the years, if you think about it, who's supported that? So when she says that, you know, men told her to do this stuff through hip hop, she's really got to stop. Like, see, I don't know. That's another thing for some of the people that might be a little bit younger. In 1986, 1987, in fact, in 1996 or 1997, the hip hop world wasn't like it is now, where everybody with a computer and a cell phone could get on SoundCloud and you put music out. In 1986 or 1987, 793rd, would I be pushing it? Would I be pushing it to say that there was 50 rappers? Like in total, including Roxanne Shante, MC Light, including the females. In 1986 or 1987, do you think it would be easy for you to sit down and name 50 rappers that was playing on the radio in that year. Exactly 793rd. That's too many. There was not that many mainstream rappers at that time. And that don't have nothing to do with the talent or the people or the kind of music they was doing. Hip hop wasn't accepted in the mainstream like that. So even when I'm saying mainstream, we talking Friday and Saturday night from 9 to 12. Then you could tune into Stretch Armstrong and them. You know what I mean? They go to 5. But it wasn't that many artists like that. So you're gonna tell me that there's less than 50 people that was making records, right? There's less than 50 people that was making records is the ones that you telling us cause you to alter your entire behavior. Peace.
Yo, AD hit me up.
Yeah, that's yeah. I don't know what's that about. That's it, but I'm gonna build with you later on that. Cause I'm saying, what we gonna do with him?
He said, some computers for the kids. He had 2 computers for we had 2 kids we want to get together to. And I thought about it and I said,
Oh, you mean just give them out? I thought he wanted them for here.
nah, I think he might have he initially was saying like he didn't want to just give them out to like just kids to just have just for homework and shit like that or whatever. They looked up in a man or 2 years ago. If you start trying to fuck with the internet outside of doing homework and stuff, it's not gonna work. So remember I said, look, hey man, put up. At any rate, remember I told you the young man, the new one changed, and Army bringing him the social worker, and he the one that made the honor roll.
Mm-hmm.
So I was saying like, well, that's something that we could do for that.
Yeah, we'll see, man. But I don't be getting but yeah, I'll build you later. I'm in the class right now. All right. Peace. Yeah, but yeah, so this is another one of these raps that I'm like, yo, why does this have to get dumped on hip hop? Like there's a lot of things, like listen, let's be clear. Motherfuckers started Frank Lucas never listened to hip hop. Like, did the hip hop generation come in and play their part in things for the good and bad? Absolutely. But this idea that hip hop is the origin of everything, nah. Dudes in LA that started gangbanging was listening to funk music.
Freedom.
You know, like it's all other kinds of things that was happening out there. Like people also started drinking bottled water. People started drinking bottled water since hip hop came out. Why you ain't blaming bottled water? So we see what happens, man. We see what happens. You know, like I said, you know, this pill popping culture, that's not hip hop.
Yeah.
This people taking drugs and you know, celebrating it, that's something new. Like, even though it's like walking the line we on the one hand, you encouraging it, but then at the same time, you saying don't do it. From white lines. See, I know I might be going back a little bit far for some of y'all, but 793rd, Now Was Born, Shaquem, IT, they know what I'm talking about. SW.
Yeah, I was on the floor back. I was on the floor back.
That wasn't like a glorified thing. That's what I'm saying. A lot of these things, you know, hip hop became the main avenue for pop culture. And so a lot of things that traveled through hip hop, you know, all of a sudden hip hop now is getting the blame for that. And again, I don't know. You know, what do y'all think? Y'all on the bandwagon? Are y'all trying to ban hip hop now too?
Yeah. Yeah.
I might get my juice.
Oh.
Shit, I thought you bought stuff.
You want the juice? They got juice in it.
Where? Yeah,
You want my juice?
yeah. See y'all on the bandwagon. Haters to the maximum. Last time I had a hip hop conversation with y'all. So I guess, what about this? This is a little more, I was about to say, perhaps this is a little more serious news here. Oh, let me bring this up on the screen. So we got this story right here. This is from Bloomberg Law. This story is from today. Vaccines ward off severe COVID in US. Weighing against infections. COVID-19 vaccines remain highly effective at keeping people alive and out of the hospital, but new US data add further support to the argument that the shots aren't preventing infections as much as they once did. Unvaccinated people were about 5 times more likely to test positive for the virus than the unvaccinated in the week started September 26th, down from about 15 times less likely in May, according to the latest adjusted data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. See, this is one of those places right here where, I'm a little bit like, okay, and I could be oversimplifying this. See, it's times like this. Let's see if we can get IB in here. Matter of fact, let's see if the God IB is let's see if I gotta go on my other app over here. All right. Let's see if we get IB to come in. Cause he got let's see if we get IB to and yeah, I sidetracked myself right there because I had to stop right there, right? Because to a certain degree, I mean, wouldn't we expect more people to be having this kind of illness in September than May? Like we're talking about something that is related to a cold or the flu. Not saying that it's just the cold or the flu. But if that's what it's related to, wouldn't we think, automatically that would lead to more cases? And then, so for me, then it calls into question, how effective was it? You know what I'm saying? Like if I tell you that, my classes, because y'all was tuning in to my live streams, you know what I'm saying? That's why in May, it went down. Cases was less severe. Wouldn't we expect that with that kind of illness? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I said sometimes just the narrative, the way it goes, I'm like, wait. So, oh, IB is right here. IB, I was just reading a story. Can you get in? Because we was trying to see what's going on with right now they talking about the effectiveness of the vaccine is going down. You know what I'm saying? So, the question I'm having, because just now I was just reading this article from Bloomberg News that came out today. It said that here unvaccinated people were about 5 times more likely to test positive for the virus than unvaccinated people in the week started September 26th, down from about 15 times less likely in May, according to the latest age-adjusted data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Now, why exactly that data would have to be adjusted for age, I would also like to know. But I'm saying, does that kind of
I forgot all about my coffee.
that kind of calls into question, like if your test of how effective it is that in May, not many people caught it, and we're dealing with a disease that is we're dealing with an illness that, is related to a cold or the flu somehow. Doesn't that call into question whether it was ever effective? Whether it was ever.
Peace.
Peace.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Peace, God, son. I was just listening to the doctors. The doctors debated out on Clubhouse.
And hold up, and what are they debating? Because that's what basically I called you in to see kind of what is we see it. Well, let me start from the article right here that I read. This came from Bloomberg News today. It said unvaccinated people were about 5 times more likely to test positive for the virus than the unvaccinated in the week starting September 26th, down from about 15 times less likely in May, right? Then it says, according to the latest age-adjusted data. So first of all, why would they adjust that data for age, right? And then second of all, just in terms of the whole effectiveness, right? When they're saying that you're measuring people catching an illness that's related to a cold or the flu, right? Not that it is the cold, but it's related to the cold or the flu. It's transmitted in the same ways as the cold and the flu. Wouldn't it just stand the reason that less people would be contracting that in May than September? Like, isn't that like a kind of like an elephant in the room when you're telling me how effective it is?
Okay, for the first question, with the age adjusted, right? The age adjusted, they said that they adjust the ages for populations that don't have the similar ages, right? So that they can be compared. Now, when you look at the statistics for COVID, the people that had the most problems with COVID were traditionally people 65 and older. If you look at the whole distribution from March of 2020 all the way up, it's been mostly them. Right now, when it goes down below 65, it's been kind of flat in ages. But when you look at different populations from state to state, some states have higher proportions of people over 65, and some states have higher proportions of people lower than 65. So you have to adjust the ages according to the people that's been most affected in order to compare the population. Does that make
All right.
sense?
Yeah.
And what's the second question?
Well, just in terms of because the article is about how effective the vaccine is being. And I'm like, on the
Okay,
one
so
hand,
when it comes to the effectiveness, right?
mhm,
When it comes to the effectiveness, so the people like they rolled this out. They rolled the vaccine out over different months, and they had different people that was affected each time that they rolled it out. Right. Right. They started with the elderly, and then people who was in hospitals, and then they went with age groups all the way down until now they trying to do it to the children and all of that. But in that time, right? So let's say it started in January or whenever they started, December. Now 6 months later, they're saying that the Pfizer is 45% effective. I'm not don't quote me on these numbers, but they're very nearly correct. 45% effective. The Moderna is let's say 55 or something like that. But then they'll say the Johnson and Johnson is now only about 10 or 15% effective over time. But the reason for that is because of the different variants, right? You got the alpha, the beta, the delta, the lambda, the mu. You got all of these different variants out here, and the virus, the vaccine was created for the wild virus, which was the first virus that was in Wuhan, and that spike protein that they're targeting has changed through mutation. So now that is not going to be as effective as it once was. Like if you look at the flu virus, for example, right? When people take
cut off for a second.
in the vaccine at the same time because they don't know which variant is going to be the most prevalent at any given time.
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
yeah,
Yeah, but see, for me, the question is,
yeah, I think so too.
where
I think so too.
we got to kind of separate correlation and causation. So what I'm saying is they put a vaccine out, right, in the middle of the
Right.
summer, right, where we would expect people to catch less colds, flus, and theoretically COVID. So if we're now in the season where the weather's changing, and normally we know this to be the season, like what is it that they're actually using to say that the vaccine is effective at all? Because even at the time when they put it out, the numbers was already going down. Like cities had already been opened back up.
Right. So what they've been using, for the effectiveness, which I think is bullshit. Pardon my language. But anyway, what I think is nonsense about the way they're using it, to gather what's effective is through these random controlled trials, right? And now you're taking a population of people, and half of the population you're giving the vaccine, and then the other half of the population you're giving a placebo, and then you're letting them run out into society. And it's not like if you the key thing is control, right? You're supposed to have these people in a sterile environment where they can be given the treatment as opposed to the placebo, but they got to be exposed to the virus. Now, if they're going out there just on their own, and who's to say that these people are really being exposed to the virus? Maybe they haven't been exposed to the virus, right? But anyway, they're just saying out of that population that this amount of people are the ones that did not catch this virus, and this is the amount of people that did. And that's the way they gauge effectiveness by comparing the population with the vaccine compared to the population with the placebo, which is just like a saline solution or a saltwater shot.
Mm. And so, in terms of the doctors that was on there, like what was they disputing in the thing you was just doing analysis?
So what they was building on at this point right now is they're saying that in 2021 the amount of deaths has exceeded the amount of deaths in 2020, which was supposed to be the height. But see, the whole thing is flawed to me, because if you look at the distribution of data on the CDC website, you know and understand that the height of the pandemic was not last year, March, April, and May and June. The height of the pandemic was January of this year, right? So they're arguing about, whether the treatment, the vaccine, and all of these different things that they're doing has been effective if this year had more deaths than last year. And, if you look at it, there was a lockdown last year. There really wasn't no lockdown in 2021. People have been running amok all through 2020, doing whatever, different states is open up. And there's been different centers of where the height of the pandemic has been at. Last year, it was in New York City, and they had the lockdown after that. And, it slowed down a little bit. But this year, the height has been in Florida and Texas, Louisiana, and all of these other states that wasn't really affected as they are this year.
Now, that's what I was leading into right there is, so what is the general explanation that they giving for why it's this new spike? Because like right now I'm looking at a headline from Germany where it says the health commissioner says we will either be cured or dead by spring. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like it's hard to kind of analyze all of this for the truth. But what is
this point, God, I don't think I think that it's just so much. It's no way to know. It's no way to know full truth at this point, because there's so many people that got their hands in the game, and there's so much information out there, whether it be through the internet, whether it be journals. It's like every other day it's a conflicted information coming out. So unless we have our own scientists to produce our own studies, we'll never really truly know what the truth is at this point, in my estimation.
Yeah, that's pretty much about where I'm at with it. So
Yeah, because everybody, one day they'll say one thing, and then there'll be another study coming out a week later that's saying some totally different thing. So, whatever we can do that works for us, or the better yet, to mitigate us dying from this situation, that's what we got to do, man. We got to do whatever works for us best, and whatever you feel comfortable with doing. I'm not going to say I'm pro or anti any of that. Whatever you got to do to protect yourself, especially if you got a compromised immune system from hypertension, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, cancer, any of that, which many people in our community do, you got to do the best you got to do for yourself at this point.
Yeah, but because that's another question I saw. This was about 2 days ago. I saw a headline where it said that the vaccinated is making up most of the new cases.
Yeah, because the waning effectiveness and efficacy of the vaccine. People thinking, oh wow, I took the vaccine, so now I could just have a free pass to go to a concert with 20,000 people and just be all up in people's face. And you took the vaccine 6 months ago. Now, 6 months later, the vaccine is only 50% effective. And you running around, you don't got no mask on. You just want to do whatever you want to do. You thinking that this is just a magic invisible shield against this virus. But see, there was another article that came out that said that even though the people that we was mostly trying to protect was the people that had compromised immune systems. They are still the people that are still dying.
And that's what I'm saying, that at some point, right, there has to be, I don't see the consideration coming in that, look, the vaccine doesn't work. Like it doesn't work. Like they saying that it's this much percentage effective, but it's like the only time it worked was during the summertime, right? When people just customarily don't get that type of illness, it appears to me that it doesn't work.
I mean, I would agree. I would agree with you, man. And you know, when it comes time to pay the piper, they're gonna have to explain why they done fucking force vaccinated all of these people and put all these mandates into place when they know that there's alternative therapies out there and they could have mitigated the circumstances a higher way or a better way.
Well, it does look like they're gonna end up having to take the mandate off because see, they don't have backbone. And what I mean by that is you're really supposed to have to pass a law to do this stuff that you're doing. And they keep trying to work through this organization and that organization and see whoever's the president down that ocean is like, nah, son, you ain't fall guy. You ain't making me the fall guy. Whatever this is, when the shit hit the fan, y'all got to do this, man. So that's why I think ultimately, because, you know, they Congress and they don't want to make, you know, they don't want to make any move that could be kind of measured. You know what I'm saying? Like they just kind of want to talk rhetoric and then stand in the background. So then, you know, you could never say that they did something wrong.
That's been their thing in the first place. That's been their thing.
Yeah,
you know that.
But yeah, that was another story that passed. What about that was another question we asked earlier. What about I guess the exoneration of the people that was convicted for Malcolm X?
Oh man, yo, that situation right there, God. I think that that was definitely something that was planned. That they did some type of COINTELPRO op, and at this point, a lot of people are dead, and the case is truly cold. So how are you going to really find out the true leads and the true actors of that assassination if you can't even get the information at this point?
That was my opinion, that Cy Vance is probably going to be running for another office in 2022, or now with 2023 will be the next time somebody run for office, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in
2022,
yeah, he'll run, and then he'll have that something right there that look, I did something for Black people, kind of locking in the Black vote.
Man.
Because like you
said, at this point, that ain't enough, man.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to shoot way more than that.
Yeah, it's nothing. I don't see what, like, is it gonna change anyone's legacy? Because at this point, like you said, it's so much of a cloud around it, unless a person really just came out and said, nah, son, it was me. Yeah. Everybody's still going to think, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you say the FBI did it, right, they still going to deny it. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
If you think
that's a fact.
If you think it was the NOI, ain't nothing nobody going to tell you to make you think it wasn't the NOI. You understand what I'm saying? So at the end of the day,
right.
You know what I'm saying? That they ain't really accomplishing that. With that, I think it's just do want to run for office. Like I said, different people depending on your relationship to it. I mean, like if you the family, then maybe now it opens up a lawsuit or something where, you know what I'm saying? You can end some of the suffering that y'all been through throughout this time or whatever. You know, that's one thing, but just for somebody like me, that's just, you know, it's like, nah, that's not gonna change that.
Yeah, but if you look at their tactics, if you look at the COINTELPRO tactics, like I read that COINTELPRO papers, and they was talking about how they was causing confusion between the Black Panthers in LA compared to the Black Panthers in New York, right? And they was sending letters and all of these different things with each Panther's name on it, and you know, just causing them to fight and want to kill each other. So you know, that's the tactic that it speaks about in our degrees. So you know, this is something that they continually do. Why wouldn't they have done that between Malcolm and the NOI?
I mean, there's been a couple of different people, you know what I'm saying? They put out about 2 or 3 documentaries in the last like maybe 3 or 4 years that I saw. You know, I do think it's something for like that generation of people that's right before us that you know, they might never met Malcolm, but you know, they was there live in action. You know what I'm saying? I think it's some kind of closure that they need. You know what I'm saying? Like he was such a powerful influence over them that, you know, it's like, you know, who would do something like that? You know what I'm saying? Like they need to know. So for those type of people, but you know, just in general, saying like, why did the city of New York do that? Like, trust me, it's other people that's pissed off that feel like, yo, you wasted all our good detective work. Now you let these niggas up the hook.
Yo, listen, God, I heard your explanation, and I know that we come from Malcolm Tree and all that, but I'm still like, you know, I got ambiguous opinions on that whole ordeal as far as the way Malcolm carried that out. And you know, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I definitely wouldn't have did what he did.
Most definitely. Look, you know, that's one of the things where, like I said, being that I'm not religious about them, you know, I can accept it. But yeah, Malcolm full of shit about a lot of things. You see what I'm saying? And that's another thing that throws the whole cloud over it. You know what I'm saying? Where, you know, you never be able to tell. You know what I'm saying? And you know, most people, and we're talking about whether it's good or bad, right? Most people that somebody want to kill, different people want to kill them for different reasons.
Yeah, that's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, most people that get killed, it's not like, I mean, there's things that happen just spur of the moment. You know, you just was at a movie and you got in a problem with somebody. But I'm saying a lot of people that get killed, guys, like, yeah, it could have been almost anybody, man, you know, from different times. So, you know, with him, yeah, it's not because of nothing negative, but yeah, you're, you know, causing social upheaval at a high enough level and in enough places where, yeah, a lot of people, you know, would prefer if you're not around.
Right.
You know,
and then he went international with it too.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So what about Mr. Rittenhouse? Mr. Rittenhouse.
Yo, I mean, on the surface level, if you look at it from an emotional level, yeah, he you know, he's a murderer. He should have been convicted. But if you look at it from a legal level, I don't think there was no way that they could have won that case. I really don't.
Not with that charge.
Nah, not with that charge. Hell no. Ain't no way they was gonna win that case. How they gonna win that case? And then you know the finger was on the scale anyway, because this is the same DA and judge who was supposed to convict the person who shot Jacob Blake in the back. They didn't even prosecute them people.
Now that's the two things that I would say, you know what I mean? That's the one thing that I don't like that happened, even though I know it don't have nothing to do with this trial, you know what I mean? But like you said, shout out to Jacob Blake. Hopefully he's able to recover from that event as much as possible. But that, you know, that kind of got swept under the rug. You know, what was the point that they was out there the entire time? You know what I'm saying? And the other thing is just that, you know, the feelings of the prosecutor, you know, I never looked at it like that before, but the feelings of the prosecutor have just a tremendous impact on how justice is served. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And the judge too as well. You know, because you know, we see cases in our community where they like, yeah, he threw an eraser at a teacher in the 3rd grade. You know what I'm saying? And this shit is coming up in front of the jury and shit. You understand what I'm saying? But
right.
With this case, it's like, nah, you can't even refer to the people a certain kind of way. You understand what I'm saying? Or, you know, even with the charges that was brought, you know, very few people thought that he could be convicted of that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, and just even the explanation, the way it went, you know what I'm saying? And then to me, it's like, even when you hear the story, and I'm inclined to go with the story because it, you know, it happened in front of hundreds of people. You know what I'm saying? Presumably people who's with the victim, people who was with him. So, you know, you could be fairly sure you got a relatively accurate account. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, there's a lots of things that happened before that shouldn't have happened. You know what I'm saying? You know, first of all, starting from just the fact that, you know, we got a nation, man, where we deal with the babies a certain kind of way. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, 17 is very close to 18, but I don't know if we would send the young guys out like that by himself with a whatever AK or whatever he had, you know, into a crowd of possibly hostile people. You know what I'm saying? Without somebody being with him, you know, just so you got all of those types of things where perhaps there should be some other people facing minor charges too, as would be the case if it was us. You know what I'm saying? But once
I'm happy you said that.
Once the thing happened, the way I understand it, they said these people were setting fire to a garbage can, and he came and put the fire out. And then the people became upset because you fucking up what they trying to do for the protest, and they start chasing them. You know what I'm saying? And then from there, the dude tries to take the gun, throws a garbage bag over him, all types of shit. Where it's like, yeah, I mean, you know, if it was me, yeah. you know what I'm saying? So, you know, in terms of that, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, to me, kind of the technicalities of the administration of the justice, you know what I mean? Because, you know, let's face it, with what happened, right? Or even like I was just telling a young brother before I had went live today, right? You know, with what happened, that could be a conspiracy case. If they felt a different type of way. Or every time you have a police shooting, right? That could potentially be a conspiracy case. But it's just the way that the district attorneys go about prosecuting it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you remember years ago there was a case, 793rd probably could add on to this right here. He probably recall better than most of us. That do you recall there was a case on the Jersey Turnpike where there was some officers, they did something, I don't know if they beat somebody or whatever happened. The case went to the court and kind of the prosecution and like the police department, everything was pretty much like, yeah, these guys are rogue cops. But the cops got on the stand and was like, nah, we're not rogue cops. We was following orders. That's what y'all told us to do. And they ended up proving that they was giving out orders like that. There was people that got out of jail in New Jersey because they proved that, you know, basically, and you know, this is not new. You know what I'm saying? Going all the way back, Asada Shakur and them got shot up over there. You see what I'm saying? So yeah. Now I was saying that, you know, that signs with the Jersey Turnpike goes way back because even Asada Shakur and them got shot up on the Jersey Turnpike. You see what I'm saying? So you know, if prosecutors attacked every case like that, though, right? You know, now comes in the part where it's like, all right, this is a conflict of interest. You know what I'm saying? Like
Definitely a conflict.
in any other what's your name? Like, you know, I went to, because I see all this new stuff they talk about Meta, right? The metaverse and all that. I still haven't figured out totally what it's about.
The Matrix.
Yeah, I haven't figured out totally what it's about, but I figure I'm not getting left out this time. So I went to buy some stock in Meta, you know what I'm saying? And they asked me if I was related to anybody, that's you know, on the internal of that. So I'm saying if I can't even buy a couple dollars worth of stocks, if somebody that I know is involved, right? How do you have, you know, officers of the law kind of going against officers of the law and not expect it to be a little off?
Right. Yo, you know, I was listening to it's this dude on YouTube called Professor Black Truth. I think that the dude, I'm not even gonna lie, I think that dude is a white dude in blackface. But I be listening to him sometimes to laugh and all that. But anyway, he made a good point though. He said that with all of the militias in the United States, right? Why was Rittenhouse the only person? He wasn't the only person, but why was his little ragtag band of people that he was with? Why was they the ones that was out there protecting these businesses in that community? Where was all the true militias at? And that made me say, because even if you look at what they did on January 6th and all of that, like that shit was foolishness. Like where's the real people at when they say that, okay, they said that all of these militias have been started since Obama was in presidency. Where are these people at? Like when it's time to get busy, where they at?
But look, I got another question that's related to that too, though, right? At what point, right, when the United States military shows up, right, it's all this malicious shit, like, all right, get the fuck out of here. I mean, like right now, let's say we was completely within our rights. Let's say we was in the right state, everybody was licensed, all of this, right? What they would say is, well, look, you know, in terms of all that, we're not going to arrest y'all, but look, y'all got to stand over there for our safety. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So, you know, them showing up to do this malicious stuff and all of that, you know, at the same time, right, it's not your property. Like whoever you went out there or whatever is not your property. And the government has claimed a monopoly on violence for the last 100 years and change. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're doing something that's not actually your life, liberty, or your job, right? I don't see how all that stuff applies. Like, don't get me wrong. Like I said, once the ball gets rolling, he is defending himself. But I'm saying the premise of you going out there, right? You know, and you have this armed militia, right? And you have the police, you have the National Guard, and you have a curfew in place, right? Just like I said, just in terms of the like you said, the finger on the scale of justice, I just don't think that could have happened. I don't think, you know, put it like this, we don't even have to wonder. We see what happened to the Black Panthers.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying?
Well, we got a case going on right now where this is actually happening at, right? The case of the father and the son and the other guy that killed Ahmaud Arbery, right? Right now, I tuned into the closing arguments earlier today, and the one of the defense attorneys for the defendants, right, was saying he wants to get a mistrial because the Black Panthers are outside of the trial right now with automatic weapons, and they're walking around the trial with a casket with the names of the 3 defendants on it, right? Now the judge said, now he was asking if the judge is not going to do a mistrial, could he at least tell them that they have to stay in one place, or they have to do this, or they have to do that? And the judge said he is not going to stop them from exercising their rights. I was like, wow. He said they have a right to protest, and as long as they're not directly threatening any one of these jurors, we're not going to stop them from exercising their rights. And you can go right on YouTube and look at the closing arguments, and he literally said that on the record.
And the judge, because this is starting to really make a difference. Like what's the politics of the judge?
Listen, we talking about Georgia. So I haven't really been tuning into the whole trial, but I saw the closing arguments come up on my notifications, and I started watching it. And you know, they're saying some real inflammatory stuff, especially one of the female defense attorney. I think her name is Holga, something like that. She was saying some real inflammatory stuff about Ahmaud Arbery. But this judge, like, he's been dubbing all of their stuff. Like they try to say they didn't want they didn't want Al to come in there and Jesse Jackson and this, that, and the third. And the judge was like, nah, he can come in there if you want to come in there.
Well, it definitely sounds like the defense got a more favorable judge this time than in the Rittenhouse case. But that's that one. To me, I'm much more interested in the verdict of that one.
That's a fact.
I think the Kyle Rittenhouse one has a lot of ramifications for 2 reasons. One, I think it's in terms of the militias in their existence, not to say that it's going to make them jump out the window the day of tomorrow, but kind of their their mindset.
Almost lost.
Their mindset has been proven out, kind of, you know what I'm saying? Where that they have the ability to walk around with these guns and use them if it's necessary. You know what I'm saying? Like the premise that they exist on. Which amendment is that? The armed militia? Fourth?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So those types of things, I think, is kind of been solidified. And the other thing I think is depending on how the lawsuits go for this. You understand what I'm saying? Meaning, if those people, if the victims sue Kyle Rittenhouse and win, or if Rittenhouse sues the different news organizations, you know, for the way they portrayed everything and wins, I think those two got serious ramifications. But I think with the Ahmaud Arbery, it's just a little more cut and dry. You know, is it still good to kill a nigga in the backwoods of Georgia in 2021? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's the Second Amendment. It's the Second Amendment. It says the Second Amendment says a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state and the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed.
Right. So, you know, because you know that's always been a point of contention. Whether the state militia or whether the militia is the National Guard, right? The state National Guard, or if it means regular people, citizens.
Yeah, it would have to be citizens because you don't want. Well, you know, they push the whole narrative of trying to escape from tyranny in England with the king and all of that. So to create a free state, they had to have the right for people to keep and bear arms in case the government tried to overstep their boundaries. But, you know, a lot of that stuff is just the stuff they say on paper. But then when, you know, it come time, they interpret it according to who has power at the time.
Yeah. So this right here, we got a question from a brother, Brandon Figures. But I actually hadn't heard of this, but there's a movie coming out here apparently in December. The Lady of Heaven. And apparently this is a story about Fatima, the daughter of Muhammad.
What?
Yeah, hey, listen. It might, and that's the question the brother asked is, do you think it's going to be controversial? Well, he said for the people in Tehran, is there a particular reason why you point out the people in Tehran?
The people in Tehran, Iran?
I think, no, Tehran is Iran, yeah. Because I think the story they saying is about Iraq a little bit more. So it could be that in terms of, I can't. Because Fatima that's the Shias, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right, so, I mean, just in general, Brandon, you know, any portrayal of Muhammad usually brings about some smoke. So
yeah, that's stop the fly right there.
just on face value, I think it's going to be controversial pretty much. I'm looking at it right now. I can't. Well, it says the director is Eli King. The writer is Sheikh Al Habib. So, you know, I guess that has been written by certain people. I mean, what? Man, I see. It looks like it might be a little bit of what do they call it when you cast somebody when you cast somebody that like they really don't fit the role, you know what I'm saying? Like when they cast an Italian to play a Puerto Rican or something,
Oh man.
it looks like it's
Man.
it looks like it's a little bit, but you
They
never know.
whitewashing that role.
Maybe they're playing Europeans. Oh wait, they got ISIS with it. Hold up, they got. Oh, so this is like an epic or something because then you have this. Okay, this guy's white. His name is Muke Reek. So I guess he's somehow, what is this, like brought up to date or something? Yeah, it looks like Trump.
Yeah, that's gonna cause an issue right there.
Yeah, it looks like it's some kind of like I guess they starting off with Muhammad and Fatima, I guess, and then somehow it comes up to the modern day because they saying things like ISIS. So yeah, that's gonna be controversial and shit just from the standpoint of like, I mean, unless there's something there in terms of, that not being what Islam is about. You know what I'm saying? But on face value, you already know if they show any pictures of Muhammad's, has probably wrote.
What's the name of it?
The Lady of Heaven.
The Lady of Heaven. See, they wilding already. The title alone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yo, I want to ask you, you know something about Islam?
Say it again.
You know something about Islam? Like as far as Al-Islam?
Not a whole lot. I mean,
it's probably a controversial question. I just want to know, they say that brothers gonna get, all these versions when they go to the afterlife, right? What do women get?
Well, I don't think that's Quranic. I think that's Hadith. Like all that terrorist philosophy that came from Arafat and the Wahhabis.
Okay.
Yeah, Wahhab. He was a dude. I can't recall exactly when he existed, but he was just mad pious. And one day they came and got him because some people was doing something they wasn't supposed to be doing according to Islamic law. And so they went and got him because they knew, he's a religious leader, like, yo, what should we do? And he took out his sword and chopped their head off. And so that's that Sharia law and all of that, it comes from Wahhab. You know what I mean? Much like Christianity, you got a lot of things in there that's not actually officially parts of the religion. But I actually found let's check out what's the name here. It says it's 2 stories separated by 1,400 years. After losing his mother in the midst of a war-torn country, an Iraqi child learns the importance and power of patience by discovering the historical story of Lady Fatima and her suffering. The heart-wrenching journey of Lady Fatima, the daughter of Prophet Muhammad, separated by 1,400 years. Well, that's actually says the same thing. Who's released? I mean, all right. So yeah, I guess this is a kid that's born in the modern times, and I guess it goes backwards now.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
like it's like it's like my mother, she heavily in the church. When I was young, she bought me a cartoon called Superbook, where the little kid would go back in time and see all the biblical stories firsthand. Something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
That's what this is. I guess, yeah, he's supposed to be going back and, experiencing, I guess, what Fatima, probably the things that Fatima went through during her struggle. But, yeah, I don't know, man. Who knows, man? That's what
If
he,
we could go back in time to 1964, what you think that we would see that would surprise us compared to what is spoken about?
if we could go back to 1964, you said?
Yeah.
I don't know if I would be that surprised because, those people that was around in 1964, they still was around. Like the world was changing, you know what I'm saying? But, it still was people that, look, don't go in that store. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't officially kick you out, but, you you know what I'm saying? But, like I said, for me, because just how I look at time, right? I look at it, it was a post-World War II era. You know what I'm saying? I'm still, those are my first years was in that era. You know what I'm saying? And so there's lots of things that's changed that is more the other way. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm more shocked now that I'm more shocked now that I can call you from just anywhere in the street. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Right.
It's the stuff that's now. So I think for other people who might not have saw that time, I don't know if I think they would be surprised by how manual the world was at that time. Like a lot of things now that's just automatic and easy, from just getting on the computer to even the way we deal with people. You know what I'm saying? And how much less commodified the world was. You know what I'm saying? Now when, people speak about relationships with people, a lot of times that's what it's surrounding around. You know what I'm saying? Like how much money, can this person make me or give me or whatever the case may be. You know what I'm saying? At that time, I guess partially because, the community, we hadn't built up that money yet. You know what I'm saying? The rise of the college student and all that still hadn't come. So, you kind of had to find the other things in life. You know what I'm saying? Like, even as a little kid, I recall when, we kind of stopped making toys. You know what I'm saying? Like, before, dudes would go and get like the shopping carts and take the wheels off and shit and fuck, man.
Oh snap! I remember that.
God, we should do all type of shit, man. Like remember back in the days, you're supposed to be playing cops and robbers, but you ain't got no real toy gun. So you just get a stick with a bend in it, and that's your gun.
Facts.
You understand what I'm saying? Like the world was just a manual place where, the things that you did and just the world being a manual place like that, how much we had to use our creative power and imaginations. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, like, with little kids like the games that we used to play, they probably be like, yo, this shit is mad boring. You know what I'm saying? But so, you know, you can just imagine if I'm saying that from my time, that in 1964, you know what I'm saying, is that's probably all of those things times 10. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, make a clubhouse out of wood, all this type of stuff. You know, life was just much more simple, yeah, but just manual on top of that. You know what I mean? To where you know, that kind of dictated a little bit more, you know what I'm saying? Like, say, even with me, right, with these the clothing designs, right? You know what I'm saying? See, now that they got the program where it's like, yeah, I got a certain you know, visual ability to see something that, but I don't have to know all the science of art. You see what I'm saying? Where before they gotta draw this shit and take it over there and copy it over and then cut it with an X-Acto knife and do all this. You don't gotta do that now. You know what I'm saying? And you know, everything is like that, even to, you know, you don't have to get up and go turn the TV no more and shit. You know what I'm saying? You know,
Yeah.
And I think
you seen that video where it's I think it's 3 young guards on there, 3 knowledge seed. Well, it's 2 knowledge seeds and probably a wisdom seed guard. And they was asking the young guards some questions or whatever. And then like one young guard said some stuff, and then they asked the second young guard what about the same question. And he was like, you ain't hear what he just said? He said, I stand in solidarity with my brother. That's my brother. What he said is something like, just to paraphrase, he said, you know, whatever he said is what stands. And I just was looking at them like how, you know, how militant they was back in them days. And I don't see that same level of militancy at this time.
Well, I think that was just a part of the grand plan. You know what I'm saying? They might have done it reluctantly. I don't know, you know, how enthusiastic they was about it, but there's a brother that he had said he used to be a 5%. So on the one hand, you know, when somebody say that, of course, I'm not paying much attention to the rest of what they say. But he did have some significance that he said, where he was like, it wasn't really that I fell a victim in terms of, you know, I didn't bear witness to who I was no more. But he said that the way it went down for him is that he was with a group of brothers that they used to go over to the state building and protest every day. And whatever, you know, the issues was, they was going out there and protesting. And he said one day somebody came outside and was like, yo, you want a job? Yo, we giving out jobs. Yo, we got a job right here. You want a job? You know what I'm saying? So he was like, yeah, you know, we took the job and shit. Like, you know, all right, yeah, I need a job. But then he said after that, he stopped going to the protests because he had to go to work now and shit. He didn't have time to be doing the things that he was doing. You know what I'm saying? And so kind of giving people a little better place in society, you know what I'm saying, in the white supremacy is kind of, you know, stop that level of militancy. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, if you got a college degree from this organization right here, you don't necessarily want that organization to be discredited or disappear for any reason. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a fact.
Yeah, because now your credential is shaky. You know what I'm saying? So just in a lot of different ways, you know, they kind of pull people in. You know, like we were talking about hip hop a minute ago, and you saw the specific change when it went from the African patches to the gold chains. You know what I'm saying? To me, just the most significant thing about that is it just shows the shift in the value system. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, what people was valuing when they was wearing the patches was, you know, the knowledge that, you know, the study of those things brought about for you, you know, but then once the you know, everybody had gold, you know, like it was always the Juice Crew, you know what I'm saying? It was always Run DMC, you know what I mean? But even within them, they always, you know, what's his name? Craig G had a record called Dropping Science. You understand what I'm saying? You know, that would a record with a title like that ever come out now? You know what I'm saying? Or Coogee Rap had Erase the Racism. You know what I'm saying?
I remember that joint. Yeah.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. When people give hip hop this bad rap, you know what I'm saying? I guarantee you most of those people are people that never heard these songs because you wasn't attracted to the type of hip hop that was showing respect and knowledge. You was attracted to Luke Skywalker, and you're the one who actually supported that. The true hip hop fans very rarely supported these other people. Like how many hip hop niggas you know that listen to Drake? I'm not saying that is none, you understand what I mean? But the true hip hop fan has never supported that shit. And people never liked the true hip hop fan because we was just into the music. We was into dancing and shit like that. We wasn't there to be impressing everybody. Yeah, we got sneakers on. Fuck all that shoe, fur, coat shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Yo, but back in the days, hip hop dudes like really used to be into dancing, like all aspects of the culture. Now, it's not the same as that. Like most dudes don't want to do any other aspect of the culture besides be a gangster.
See, it's when once hip hop became the main avenue for pop culture, you know what I'm saying? People from different places, right, kind of sprinkle their regional cultures into that mainstream conduit. You know what I'm saying? Meaning like, you know, in let's say even up to maybe 1997, 1998, right? Mm-hmm. I could look at a music video with the sound turned off. And I could know where those artists was from.
Right.
You understand what I mean? By the clothes that they had on, the cars that they had in the culture, in the videos or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? So from everywhere, you got a little something. You know what I'm saying? You know, from, you know, New York, you got the 5% culture. You know what I'm saying? As one of the things. I'm not gonna say that's the only thing, but that's one of the things that went into that mainstream conduit. You know what I'm saying? Because is, you know, whenever you're dealing with hip hop and you're dealing with the young kids, you know, you wasn't gonna find 10 young kids doing something out of New York City and none of them been exposed to the 5%. See what I'm saying? Right. Same way you're not gonna find 10 young kids out of LA and none of them been exposed to gangbang. You know what I'm saying? Right. You're not gonna find 10 young kids from Houston or Miami and they haven't been exposed to that stripper culture. You understand what I'm saying? And as those different cultures went in, right, a lot of those other regions wasn't built for that. They wasn't prepared for that. You see what I'm saying? So in a lot of these bigger cities, they wasn't prepared for the type of gangbanging in the way that shit could go on in some other places. You know what I'm saying? They wasn't prepared for that type of stripper, city girls type of, you know, you put some things like that in certain places, it's not gonna work out. You know what I'm saying? So that's the reason why, like I said, I think, hip hop just in general is getting a bad rap, you know what I'm saying? And it's something that's easy, to scapegoat, right? Because of who made it. You know what I'm saying? Because see, even if you want to say hip hop, right? Let's also mention that when a lot of that came into hip hop, it came in the form of things that already existed. Like, see, when niggas started rapping in a way that was kind of expressing the same ideals as the movie Scarface. You understand what I'm saying? When people start using military terminology, like we started hearing in Hamburger Hill, and what was that other movie about Vietnam came out at that time?
Heartbreak Red?
What?
Heartbreak Red?
Heartbreak Red, but now it was another one back then. I think it had Charlie Sheen in it. Not Charlie Sheen, I think Martin Sheen. It was more famous than Hamburger Hill, but it was Full Metal Jacket. That's it.
Oh yeah, that's the joint.
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know how I dumbed down in there recording, but yeah. But yeah, Platoon was another one. Platoon, I think Platoon is the one I was talking about. But yeah, Full Metal Jacket was better than Platoon. And Hamburger Hill was the shit too. But at any rate, saying that you started seeing those kind of terminologies popping up in hip hop, right? So I'm just saying that, yeah, this stuff already existed. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, it's like, sometimes you get this thing where it's like, oh yeah, Apocalypse Now is another jump off. I recall that one. You kind of get this idea, like this pimp whole culture started with hip hop. Like, nah, dudes listen to jazz when yeah.
Can you truly say this is hip hop though? Like right now?
That was the first question when I brought up the topic earlier. That's what I said. First of all, like for instance, the thing that sparked this was hip hop getting a bad rap for the signs with Travis Scott. And that was my question. I don't listen to Travis Scott. I don't know. It's not even a shot. I'm asking out of lack of knowledge. Is Travis Scott even hip hop? Like, is that what he do?
I don't think so. Like, yeah, I think these are branches.
Yeah, a lot of stuff. I mean, I wouldn't even call them branches. I would just call them, in music, right? You got music that's children of other music. You know what I'm saying? Like hip hop is a child of funk and soul. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Funk and soul is a child of gospel and jazz. You know what I'm saying? But with each one of those kind of music, we mark, we don't mistake jazz, right, for Motown. Right, disco is another child of, disco to me is a little bit after soul and funk, but yeah, all kinds of music, right? It's always it's going to be derived from other kinds of music. You know what I'm saying? Or just like you said, disco. Look, you got, to me, house and club music and all of that stuff is disco to me. Or that's where it derived from. But it's like with hip hop, everybody wants to hang on. You know what I'm saying? And not just admit that, nah, what you're doing is something else. It's not even a diss, it's just something else. Like if somebody came up to Kumo D, is like, yeah, this shit you doing is R&B, you said, nah, son. Not at all. Like, not at all. So that's kind of my
Yo, they had the dude Travis Scott. While the people is dying and people is screaming and all of this stuff, he's sitting there like in a trance, like he's humming and all. I'm like, yo, what in the world is this? What is going on with this dude? I sat there and watched that joint for like probably about 20 minutes. And I couldn't understand. I couldn't understand nothing he was saying. I was like, yeah, I think I officially got to the age where I'm too old to connect.
Mhm. But I'm gonna tell you what it is though. I think it's also dealing with what you just brought up, is that the people, the technology and the automation of things, right, has allowed people to kind of ignore realities. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so, one of the things is kind of like this branding. You know what I mean? Like people have people being brands and shit. I mean, I understand what they're saying. I understand, but some of this stuff. That's what I'm saying. Like people look at themselves in these kind of unreal kind of ways and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of that just comes from just not being in the real world. Like there's just a lot of things that I've seen come on the cusp, God. Like right after us, that was like, yo, like I remember when I heard that they was having sports competitions, right? And they wasn't keeping score because they didn't want nobody. Yeah. Did you recall that when they started having sports competitions and they stopped keeping score because everybody's a winner?
Yeah, in schools. Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying. This type of not dealing with reality, this kind of, it's I can't really call it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when we was growing up, right? I remember when everybody was expected to break a bone.
Right.
Like that was
that's a rite of passage.
Yeah, you broke a little bone. Like that was almost like you never broke a bone. Like that was like, wow. You ever had stitches? You didn't get stitches? What?
You didn't get the chicken pox?
Yeah, like that was normal. Like you said, rites of passage. You know what I'm saying? You had to deal with reality. Some things, nah, son, we ain't helping you. But you got a problem with somebody in school. You better handle your business. You know what I'm saying? Your moms wasn't coming up there to give the teacher a piece of her mind.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, you get shielded from just the reality. Like you're not even allowed to play like we used to play, you know what I'm saying? And just be in the real world. Even though that probably it went too far the other way. But being from the latchkey generation, you know what I'm saying, where you had to deal with your own problems. You know what I'm saying? Like if you get home and you hungry, you gotta know how to put some shit together to eat. You understand what I'm saying? If some strange person is knocking on the door, you gotta get rid of this motherfucker without letting them know you in there by yourself. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like you had to be aware, you had to deal with reality, you know what I'm saying? Kids is getting kidnapped, Atlanta child murder, you gotta start knowing who's who and shit. Whereas right now, that's
is
one
that you going out of me.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's been I see it says this the stream health. I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Yeah, it's like it's showing up on the bottom. It's showing like you got like one one bar, one small bar.
Can't call it.
But speaking about what you were saying, right? Like, my question is, did we mess that package up? I mean, I know and understand, yeah, we had the crack era, we had HIV, we had mass incarceration, all of that stuff. I recognize that. I'm just saying, our generation, did we spoil our kids to the point where they're not able to handle the things that we did? Huh?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And see, like for instance, when I'm on Clubhouse, that's when I feel it. That's when I see it, where it's like, yo, these people on here are fucking crazy.
That's a fact.
Like, listen.
Yeah, that's a fact.
And it's just like, yo, listen, I never saw that, when I'm, a kid, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. So I never understand. Like, now I see, I'm like, yo, these people got problems. Like, at the time, that never registered on me. That, yo, these people is operating from just a point of having problems. You know what I'm saying? But I think it's between that, we fucked up a lot of things in our generation. See, for one thing, we was the first generation that never really grew up. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the reasons why mass incarceration worked. Because once upon a time, when people hit like 18, 19, 20, then they went and got married, got a job, and, left the streets and shit. You know what I'm saying? People, grown men was not wearing sneakers in the 80s.
That's a fact.
Yeah, it's certain things that we started. You know what I'm saying? And, during a lot of these kids' formative years, right, we was still partying. You know what I'm saying? We were still in the streets, still, yes, I mean? So, they missed a lot of that. And then also by them seeing what we was doing, they monkey see, monkey do. You understand what I'm saying? Right. But definitely between that and, kind of the, the world, I think, and this is, I don't want to say it's an excuse, but the world changed really fast on us. Like if you was born in Generation X, you know what I'm saying? You went from turning the TV with pliers and having a hanger on the TV just so you can see the station to, you watch TV on your watch now and shit.
Remember that first cable box with the
wire on it,
turning thing.
Huh? Yeah, that had the wire connected, so still had the wire on it. Wasn't even an official remote.
Facts. From Atari and ColecoVision.
Exactly. When the character didn't even turn the other way, it just moved backwards.
Facts.
You understand what I'm saying? That's it. So it would have just been extremely difficult, even if you on 100% on top of your game, right? It would have been extremely, we should have penny loafers. If you was flying on front, I seen my man, I never forget, I seen my man Carlton saying, and then I started rocking nickels in mine. My man Carlton came to school with nickels in his penny loafers one day. Hey, man, that's it. Listen, I think I seen that before I seen the fat laces, bro. I was like, I gotta get that. know what I'm saying? But so I don't know if how much we would have been able, you know what I'm saying? Just like, you know, in other times, things move fast like that too. You know what I mean? Like for instance, you know, if you was there at Emancipation Proclamation, right?
Mhm.
How do you relate to the kids that's born 1866 on?
Right.
That never knew the life you talking about. You know what I'm saying? Like when we talk to them, they like, what? You should have to get up and turn the TV. Yeah, but what that got to do with now, son? That's the type of shit we talking about. Leave that out. You know what I'm saying? Because that's not even reality. Like, dude, what is you talking about? Just like, look, I recall was a time people said, yo, you know, y'all don't understand. You know, we used to not be able to go to the bathroom with these people. Hey, man, fuck that. You know what I'm saying? I wish you motherfucker would tell me I can't use the bathroom here or there. You see what I'm saying? So, but I mean, just with the digital revolution, you know what I'm saying? You know, you got to remember, you had that guy, even though I heard it slowed down now, but remember it was a dude that he made a law that like every 18 months, digital technology was going to double.
Oh, that's singularity.
Mm-hmm. But whoever that guy, but that's what I'm saying. We lived through that time.
Yeah. Actual fact. I mean, it's I mean, with this meta thing, with the meta and the 5G, like that's gonna be, you know, super next level shit.
Yeah.
Like I had to go back and watch The Matrix. I watched all 3 Matrix movies over the weekend.
And look, that's going to be another level that take people away from reality. Because the way it's sounding right now, the way they're saying, like you ain't even gonna have to go to work. You can just send your character to work.
Facts. And and it's like interacting. You'll still be able to interact with people like y'all in the same room. But that's what the Matrix was about.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the same thing.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing. I spent a couple dollars, like $10 or something. I just want to see what it is. But I bought like $10 of their stock. I'm looking for the tokens, but I can't. I don't know what they call them.
It only costs $10?
No, I use the Cash App. You can invest.
How much a share is it though?
Oh, I think it's 100. Hold on. I think it's 100 something dollars. But it's the regular Facebook shares. But they just call it Meta. They just call it Meta now.
Oh, they changed the name. Right. Yeah, that joint, they about to change everything up. They showing more and more of them VR glasses, virtual reality glasses now.
Yo, son, you know what's wild? You know what's wild that you mentioned that? When I bought the Meta shit, right? I also bought some NVIDIA.
NVIDIA? What's that?
They do the video cards, the graphic cards.
You
know what I'm saying? So it's $341. $341 is one share.
Wow.
But I don't even be looking at that. I just get whatever I get. I got some Bitcoin, but it ain't $65,000 worth.
Man, I'm scared to death of Bitcoin, man.
But that's why I got NVIDIA, because they do all the graphic shit. So see, like you said, that's probably going to be a part of it. You see what I'm saying? It's got to be some part of it. You know what I mean? If it's working with advertising shit. So that'll probably be a stock that'll be on the rise with this Meta stuff.
If you look at it, right, they prepping the babies already, right? Because a lot of the kids that's like 9 and under, they play this game called Roblox.
Right, yeah.
And that joint right there, that's virtual reality. They be interacting with kids all over the planet.
There's a young guy that comes here. You know Prince of BG?
Prince who?
Prince of BG.
Probably if I see him.
That makes the pictures and stuff.
Yeah, probably if I see him. I don't know.
His son comes in here. He knows some kind of artificial intelligence.
Uh-huh.
And he makes his own kind of Roblox.
Hold on, you said ABG? That's what you said?
Yeah, it'd be Prince of BG that makes the clocks and the pictures with the flags on.
Yeah. I know you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, his son comes here and he makes his own games. He makes them sometimes for the other kids too.
Yeah, that right there, they mind is already going to be going into the meta before, they come of age. So when they grow up, that's going to be the norm.
Yeah,
Because look, these kids, like my kids right now, I got to fight them to go outside.
right. Yeah.
They don't want to go nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
They used to have to fight. They used to have to damn near chain me in the room because I would climb out the window.
I was just getting ready to say that. See, for us, it was the opposite. Like, boy, you just sometimes I used to come home and you just say, just sit down and eat. And when you just came in, you go right back up. Nah, just sit down and eat, man. So, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. But look, even when a person is in the street, G, right? Here's the reality, right? The technology at this time is just slow. You know what I'm saying? Meaning the upload and download rate is slow, right? But people right now is like on dial-up virtual reality.
Right.
See, like you said, the what's the name? The metaverse, now you're gonna be in 5G. But right now, with the way shit is, you know what I'm saying, you can interact with the whole world on your phone and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, how many people you see walking down the street? Like, I see people driving. I see people riding bikes, just staring at their phone.
Fact. That's a fact.
And people doing shit that you like, damn, ain't that dangerous and shit? You know what I'm saying? But that's actually how they're interacting with the world. Like it was a dude. I was watching something, and this lady was like some type of psychiatrist or sociologist or something, and she was saying that she was on the bus one day, and this kid was saying how he likes texting over regular conversation because when you talk regular, like people might don't understand and you don't get a chance to correct shit, like what? But that's just the way motherfuckers is used to interacting with the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I seen that the shit changed, my oldest son, he showed me like the first shit where I seen. It was the end of music that the way I knew it was, I can't recall what game we got him because over the years he had him on PlayStation, Xbox, but we got him this one game. And I see him over there, he's doing his thing. I ain't really paying him no mind. So like maybe 45 minutes pass and he starts playing the games. And as he's playing the games, I'm noticing that he's listening to his own music. Like these are not the regular video game songs. So I'm like, yo, how you got it to play it? He was like, yeah, no, that's what I was doing. I put my games on there, boo. And I looked at that, I was like, damn, son, the music game is done. Because at the time, he's like 7, 8, 9 years old. And I'm like, wait a minute. He just did all this shit right here for free. And another thing that I seen him doing like that was when he's in the room and I'm thinking he's in there talking to himself. So I'm like, yo, man, you kind of deep into this game, man. Like, let me come in and break this up. And I go in there, he got the headphones on, and he's talking to somebody in some other place, wherever it's at.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Yeah, but I mean, look, he ended up elevating it to the point where he's a straight up gamer. Now you come in, you go into the room now, it look like motherfucking war games. So this thing got screens. This thing got screens lit up all over. Computers, laptops, phones. But he puts away he do his thing. But yeah, that's when I start seeing that this thing is a different kind of world. This is not the same thing as when we used to play at the corner. Like, I thought we was addicted, but at the end of the day, the quarters kind of protected you. You know what I'm saying? Because you only got but so much quarters. Then you got to go do something else. But once it came in the house, man, sky's the limit.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
You know what I'm saying? I think it's like when people don't come, like another thing that I think changed about the world, right, is that children are not allowed to be cruel. And so
not at all.
And so 2 things I think is happening from that. Number 1 is now you're living out your cruelty as an old person. Like, you never learned those lessons to just not say funky shit about people, or just some things that just the way life lessons go now. Like, for instance, that's another big one that I see on Clubhouse, right? Is that people feel like they don't have to respect each other. Right. Like, I'm from the world where, I'm respectful. And so me respecting you is, you got to do something to make me disrespect you. But I'm just a respectful person as most people now, it's like, well, if you do this, then I'm gonna respect you. Like, wait. What's supposed to make me think you're capable of respect?
They don't have the same level. They don't have the base level, to be honest with you.
That's what I'm saying. Just the base level of, look, even with love. You know what I'm saying? Just having love for your people, love for the block, all these kinds of things like that. It's just totally spoken about in a whole different manner. You understand what I'm saying? Like, just the baseline of your existence and the person that you are based on your principles. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you had, let's leave them alone. Because that's another thing. Listen, after listening to Clubhouse, I made a decision. In certain forums, that being one of them, I'm not interacting with any women. Like, if I don't know them, if I don't know them, from regular life, then I'm not interacting with you in certain forums. You see what I'm saying? Because we coming from 2 different perspectives. I'm coming from a perspective where I'm respectful.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? Just, if I see a old lady or something or whatever, I just hold the door for her because I'm respectful. Like, these is things, and some of that happens when you don't go outside. You understand what I'm saying? Like, when I used to go outside with my parents, things would happen where they'd say, yo, you know, like, look, we sitting on the train and shit. Know what I'm saying? You know, old lady gets on the train, get up and let her sit down.
Right.
Why don't you get the fuck out? You know what I'm saying? But of course, back then, you couldn't say nothing like that.
Right.
But I'm saying that you was taught to be respectful just as a person. You know what I'm saying? Now, once I'm interacting with you, if you start doing things that make me disrespect you, now that's something different. You know what I'm saying? But just that, you know, negativity could be your default state. I know for a fact, I ain't even think, a lot of people ain't really ready to be that person.
We didn't pass them things on, G, because I know, although I was incarcerated for some time, I look at my daughter do stuff like she'll come in the house and won't even speak to nobody.
Right, that was unheard of. Unheard of. That's what I'm saying. Just those little minor, you know, things that you just learn how to interact with people. And see, like I said, that's another thing. See, one thing about that cruelty of kids is normalizing. Like it normalizes everybody. Like if the shit you do at your house, right, that they allow you to do because you the baby of the family. Yeah, right. See out here, nigga, don't be picking on your nose and then playing my basketball. Get the fuck out. You know what I'm saying? You see, little kids, we gonna regulate each other. Yo, what's that right there? Nah, man, you stinking, man. Get the fuck away from me. See, the little kids, we gonna see whatever it is, we gonna normalize you. We gonna make sure you know, like, nah. This is the rules that we need to interact with each other in peace. Like you can't be doing this. If you want to do that oddball shit, is cool, but you can't be in our group.
Facts. Yo, I gotta get off though. Peace to the God, peace to the family.
All right. Peace. Yeah, IB always had some interesting points of view. Yeah, those are some little bit craziness right there. Guess we went off the deep end, but like I said today, I already knew we was going to do a little bit of freestyling. But you know, the young brother did come, and so we did get a chance to go through some of the basics of Supreme Mathematics and Supreme Alphabet for anybody who was on in the beginning, the first part of the show, that's why I like when they come through, because we get a chance to do that. A lot of times, you know, we end up flying high, but you know, you always still got to come back down and drink. So I always appreciate when we get a chance to do that, you know, and you know, see, and this is what I'm saying too. If you notice, right, something about teaching, right? If you notice, with these young brothers that that come into the class, right? You see that I end up quoting more degrees. You see what I'm saying? And that's because they don't know it. See, when we know it, you know, we flip it and bounce it a little more when I'm in here with y'all hot scientists. You see, with them, I have to quote the degree. But just saying that that's how it keeps you on point to be teaching, as opposed to when you just having conversations where you running your mouth with everybody who know the same thing that you know. You see, I quote my degree, you know, before I see people. You know, But it's good to get that exercise in. You know what I mean? Most of the time you'll find when people say they gotta renew their history or whatever it is they saying, that's pretty much a good indicator that they haven't been teaching. You know what I'm saying? It's like with any job, if you was a doctor in the 1985, right? And then you go to apply for a job right now, you probably ain't gonna get hired. Gonna be like, son, we ain't even doing medicine like that no more. Like right now, we treating COVID, nigga, and you don't know nothing about this. You understand what I'm saying? Please, I used to get woke up, get an ass disease. Yeah, that's when you rest with the guys, that's definitely how it can go down. But that's the best, thing is that you drill it in, when you drill it in on a level, man, where even if you might miss a word, you just gotta quote it again. You ain't even just gotta look at the paper, but just when you quote it, it just ain't sound right coming out your mouth. But we mostly had the heavy hitters in here today. So I don't think we have too many questions, but we'll go ahead and ask if we have any questions we might want to cover before we be out. Y'all got me to be on here a little bit longer than I planned. I was going to be in and out, but we had some interesting conversation. See, that's the type of stuff, man, we wasted that. We supposed to have that conversation on the City Sciences. I wouldn't say we wasted it. Now it's born, but yeah, but quoting degrees to people who are not on the degrees yet, yeah, when you doing it in a way that is going over their head, that's with anything. You know what I'm saying? If you start building on it in a way that it's only going over people's head, but see, then you're not a teacher. You see what I'm saying? So like, for instance, just now or earlier, we went through the knowledge born degree, but that was because he asked me a question about the 19th degree in the alphabet, which coincides with what's going on in the knowledge born degree. You understand what I mean? So now it's not totally foreign. And being that now I've already given him the mathematics in the alphabet, even if he can't quote it 100%, when he hear it, that understanding can still start being born from that. You know what I mean? It's never going to come like when he got it on cap for himself, right? But that is just showing you how it works. That's with all the stuff. That's that's a, what's the name? You know what I'm saying? A teacher is somebody who's able to take complex ideas, right, and distill them into the simplest things that, everybody can understand. You see what I'm saying? An artist is a person that can take, complex and abstract emotions and feelings, right, and put them in a way where everybody can understand. You know what I'm saying? Like this person, they might make a love song or whatever, right? And people hear it and they identify like, oh yeah, that's similar to the situation I dealt with or whatever. I keep saying, you know what it is? Y'all gotta explain what do these words mean? That's because y'all keep saying, everybody keeps saying pedagogy. I keep saying I'm gonna recall what that word means. I don't know what it is, because I'm generally fairly good at recall, but for some reason, every time y'all use that word pedagogy, I never know what it means. Oh man, you talking about before it was fonts. Completely, you talking about when it was only one font. And no emojis. Yeah, but in terms of whatever it is that that's what make the people see what you're saying. Even that's why a lot of times people end up following leaders. You know what I'm saying? It's not necessarily they looking for somebody, but it's like, okay, we got a situation here, right? Whatever the situation is, and then we have this person who's able to come and articulate that shit. You know what I'm saying? Precisely. Like, yeah, that's what I've been trying to let these motherfuckers know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Then they fuck around and have some kind of idea about a solution. So those is all the different sciences, you know what I'm saying? That's one issue we have, I think, as people. I mean, it could probably exist. A lot of problems I be saying is us, because I don't really deal with a whole bunch of other people. But we're master communicators of the problem. We can enumerate everything that's wrong. Not so hot with the solutions there. See, a lot of these things, for instance, like when y'all talking about pedagogy and a lot of stuff y'all saying, right? See, this is why I tell people deal with the etymology of words. You see what I'm saying? Because I don't know what the word would be. Like if the word is the study of teaching, right? Then I should have a degree in pedagogy. Like, what do you call a person that's a master at? I'm like a pedagogist or something. It's what Kung Fu is to martial arts. Supreme Justice. What's the science? Supreme Justice, he had a little post on Instagram. He had a little post on Instagram. We had a laugh the other day. Oh, I'm a pedagogue out here. Yeah. Because I was around the master teachers. Like it was one thing, you know, that at least, you know, my history in the 5% is that I spent the time amongst the master teachers, man. I'm talking about the Harry Potters of this shit, man. Motherfucking wizards, you know, and just you know, watching them do their thing, man, you know, just in every forum, you know what I'm saying? And you know, listen, you know, I remember like just one person, you know what I'm saying? Just to say an example, right? Just to use one person is literally every different place. It was like a different pedagogy going on. They see you come to the rally, right? And do more ideas on stage, you get in that's a certain kind of way that's going down. You know what I'm saying? Then it might be another day where we over here at the school, you know what I'm saying? And it might be a group of young brothers and dude just dropping some signs from it. That's a different type of signs. You know what I'm saying? But then we might get that one-on-one shit where it's me and him in the minivan. There used to be a minivan in the backyard. And that was like, listen, you know, we not Masonic, but that shit was like the inner sanctum or some shit. When I went and did, I'll tell you, listen, it was when you came out of there, my head used to feel like it was like this. Like my head was outside my skull. My brain or something was coming out here. Different people, the El Nahims, the different people that activated in different places. You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, I seen Dumont one time, he took us, that's some history right there. Dumont took us one time on some fresh air fun shit. And I don't know what he called it, but it's just one day he came out, he says, you know, we're gonna be doing this trip up to the mountains upstate, you know what I'm saying, camping out and all this stuff. So, you know, we heard cats, you know what I'm saying? We're going camping? All right, man, fuck it, we're going camping with the guys. So we get out there and it's real camping. I'm talking about, look, we out there cooking chicken on a stick in the fire type camping. You know what I'm saying? And at some point, I'm not exactly sure what that science was, but at some point, all of these colored people crowded around Dumont. You know what I'm saying? And they came and got us. They was like, yo, Dumont about to do something. And Dumont had these colored people hanging on every word. The guy, I don't know, I don't even remember what we was talking to him about, but I just recall how he had them like it was a rally. You know what I'm saying? And then look, I done seen motherfuckers saying, listen, behind the gate saying, you know, come in there and listen, be able to teach motherfuckers, man, in that atmosphere too. You know what I'm saying? You know, I done seen people you know, that can teach kids, you know, people that can teach older people, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of times, all of that is a different science. And you got to find the people that you got the answers for. What is this? So the etymology of pedagogy is from the Latin pedagogos, from Greek pedagogos, slave who escorts boys to school or generally supervises them. Later, a teacher or trainer of boys from pals, from pais. That's wild. Yeah, exactly. That was just magnetic. But see, now listen, different things, right? Everything like, see, you know, we usually talk about an iron magnet. You know, that's a specific kind of magnet. But there's other things that have attracting power for each other. You understand what I'm saying? So by that same token, what I'm saying is, you know, one person might be magnetic in this environment, in this atmosphere. You see what I'm saying? And in another atmosphere, right, somebody else might be more magnetic. But I mean, you know, see, one thing you got to remember about people saying the 5% is a gang, right? Is that people don't really have a different way to understand what a group of young Black boys stand for. When people see a group of young Black boys, you know, and we standing on the corner, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, we look, you know, we might be talking loud, you know what I'm saying? Because we going back and forth about, is y'all cool with the devil? We going through all these degrees and, you know, it's a whole bunch of us. You know what I'm saying? That there's 15 or 20 of us. You know what I'm saying? And to the untrained eye, to the naked eye and the naked ear, we appear to be arguing. So that's, you know, sometimes you know, of course, there's a limit to where people's misunderstanding starts to affect you in a material way. You know what I'm saying? But other than that, a lot of times that's just the understanding that people have based on the only knowledge and wisdom they've been able to accumulate. But they're watching Raising Kanan and Wu-Tang and trying to connect dots that don't add up. Exactly. You know, when you try to, you know, kind of analyze, you know, like they in their time, right? They in this time where it only works the other way. You know what I'm saying? Where right now you have, am I on? Why does it say no data right here? Did y'all get knocked off? Yeah, but what I was saying, whether I got knocked off or not, was that you know, when you deal with the sciences, you know what I'm saying, even, you know, other nations, you know what I'm saying, whether it's more science, whether it's NOI, whether it's Hebrew Israelites, et cetera, right? The Ansars, those was nations, right, that came to kids that was bad and reformed them. You understand what I'm saying? As opposed to the gangs that these kids are in now came to kids that was good kids and transformed them into the criminals that we see them. And so they'll never understand just the difference of what coming through the 5% is and how it's different, right, than coming through the gang cultures that they in now. Like they're learning about this stuff in that culture. You know what I'm saying? It's difficult for them to understand that, you know, even, see, maybe if that was a part of the show, like maybe if that episode occurred, right, where like, look, some true and living brothers came through and bombed their ass and told them like, yeah, this shit y'all doing, this ain't it. This ain't what this is not Allah's teachings. You know, maybe that, you know, I'm saying something that might theatrically get that point across that, oh, that's not the 5% shit. That was shit they was doing in that name. So wait, so Raekwon told Ghost it was now Cypher? $793. $793 said that would instantly destroy the premise of the story they want to. Well, how would that destroy it? How would which just I haven't seen this. I don't know what the story they want told is, but I think I know where you're going with this. Where it's like, okay, if they have this image of being the gods, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, some brothers came through that showed and proved, then that might take away from the mystique. But it's like I told everybody, man, you know, my idea, you know, I would think it would be, you know, it's probably a little bit too much for me to chew right now, just with the skill set that I have, but that's what I think should happen. You know, if people want to use this as a teaching moment, right? I think you got to go as big as they go. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't have something that happens on TV, right? Like this is what I'm saying. Imagine somebody disrespects you on national TV, they get on the news and disrespect you, right? And then after that, they send you a text saying, yo, my bad and shit. Like, nah, nigga, you disrespected me in front of the world. You're gonna need to apologize in front of the world. You understand what I'm saying? You know, your apology, you know, should go as hard as your disrespect. You know what I'm saying? Like if you did some shit that's only between me and you, then yeah, don't the opposite way. Don't apologize in front of everybody, and you ain't got to do all that. Just pull me to the side. So by the same token, that's what I'm saying. If you have something that's out there that you think is a teachable moment, and this thing happened on international TV, but then you just talking to one or two kids over here on the corner, nah, you ain't going as hard as they went. So on the scales of justice, are more people going to be miseducated by this teaching moment or educated when they're speaking on national TV and you're speaking over here? Kendall Rowland. I missed the myth busted posse. Yeah. Because see, I would say do the documentary, right? So that and to me, you know, look, they're already cheesy. So, you know, they can't count that now, shit. You know what I mean? But I would do it. I would do that. Like if I was a movie maker, if I was a person that had that, I would say, I would title it "The True Story Behind the Wu-Tang Saga." The true story behind Raising Canaan. Because see, now you instantly want to get all the rhymes. You see what I'm saying? Just like, you know, when 50 Cent came out, they came out with a documentary, The Real 50 Cent. When Paid in Full came out, they came out with a documentary. The real story behind Paid in Full. So that would be my suggestion to people who, you know, want to look at it as a teaching moment, teachable moment, like we said. Yeah, he's definitely, I mean, you know, but who knows, man? Who knows? I got no idea, you know, how it came about, who the hands they put it in, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of things is probably not like theatrically, I don't know what the word is, you know what I'm saying? Like it probably don't come across good on camera. You know what I'm saying? And just, you know, you know, something I could see what 793rd is saying in a lot of ways too, because even that's something that you know, I mean, that's, you know, that's my brother. We had a lot of experiences together. You know what I'm saying? Inside of music, before music, and since then. You know what I'm saying? But you know, the world looks at RZA like a super 5%. Like he's the Abbott, you know, of this clan of people that, you know, they all the guys, and you know, but RZA is, you know, he's on this genius level. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, like I said, I'm an elitist, so it's not like I'm disrespecting him, but, you know, to me, he was a regular 5%. Like we all know signs, we all was dropping jewels, we all know things about, you know, all different times and places around the world. You know, he wasn't like a brother that came around and we all just nods when he was speaking. Now he came and we built, you know what I'm saying? Now, they crew that they had at that time, Abu was really the top guy at that time. Genius, RZA, there was somebody else down them too, but they all knew 120. Like you had to know 120 at that time to roll with Mel Corn. So I'm saying, you know, I'm not saying they was on point, like they was lacking in that, but I'm just saying that the portrayal of it in entertainment, you know. Mike Tyson got a new documentary on Supreme. In conjunction with Herb Gotti. Devon has been doing a few telling moments while getting his cut with this barber, as I saw on YouTube. Those seem more essential to get. Where's Devon? Yeah, Sir Abu was he was really the top dude in their crew back then. Yeah, Genius, he, you know, Justice, yeah, he was on point. Master Killer, I mean, he the God. I don't know about knowing 120. Believe it or not, Dirty. Dirty was he was a Dirty was a swordsman. Like he was somebody, when you ran into Dirty, you going through some degrees. RZA's brother RZA got a lot of brothers, so. But which Devon you talking about? You talking about RZA's brother Devon. Oh, that's why you said RZA's brother. Yeah, I dumbed out. I don't I had but yeah, you know. That mm, he was always, I didn't really, you know, uh socialize with him like that. You know what I'm saying? Not that I didn't socialize with him, but he wasn't like he just a quiet person. You know what I'm saying? And when like a lot of things going on, you're not necessarily going to see deck around that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I mean, you can tell that from the outside looking in. You know what I'm saying? If it's something wild happening, you know, Dirty is likely to be there. You know, some people is, you know, they just more with the action and all that, you know what I'm saying? And some people just is a more reserved personalities in general, you know what I'm saying? You could even, you know, that got something to do with that also got something to do with the order that you see them coming in. Not necessarily so much the talent level or the skill, but that certain people had personalities that was more outgoing. You know what I'm saying? Like people feel like, you know, meth is an old friend. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, you know, ghosts, every nigga got a nigga on a block, that's a ghost. You know what I'm saying? So that was kind of the order that they came out, you know what I'm saying? At SOs, yeah, SOs used to be crazy. There's a couple episodes at SOs, couple episodes over there. The lady, I saw her somewhere, or it was something, somehow, somebody was talking to me about the lady I was supposed to, I want to say something was getting ready to happen. And I think somebody that she knew or something, they wanted to rent the yard. What was the lady's name? Maria Davis. Maria Davis that used to, that was her partner. She was the promoter, or you know, I'm not sure what was the terms they was using back then. Yeah, you're right. That was a terrible blow, man, when SOs got closed down, because SOs was a different type of jump off. At that time, you had a couple of places like that where it was like, there was like underground, where underground artists used to perform there and like new artists used to perform there, but at the same time, the venue wasn't necessarily like an underground venue. Like when you performed at SOs, it was kind of open mic, really. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, the people who was there was still a who's who, not just of the industry, but just of the party scene in general. So, you know, even dudes like Jay-Z and all of them, they got their start over at SOs. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people that went mainstream, the first time I saw them was at SOs. You know what I'm saying? Like at one time, Puff Daddy was breaking acts over there. Like the first time people saw, well, not people, but the first time I saw 112 and all of them was at SOs. Jay-Z was breaking projects over there. No, I didn't see that when that came out. District 120, just put in the comments, oh, we gotta Google that. District 120 just put in the comment section that Malcolm X's daughter returned to the essence. Malika Chavez, daughter of, this is on Fox News right here. Get out of here. You better than motherfucking, you better than my alerts. I ain't get, what the fuck is going on? Why they gonna not send me an alert about that? Oh, they did, I missed it. Well, the plot thickens. Yeah. Her death came just days after two men, one of them deceased, were exonerated in connection with her father's death. Yeah, that's not seeing it. Yeah, something ain't right. Man, Malika Shabazz, the 56-year-old daughter of slain civil rights activist Malcolm X, was found dead Monday in her Brooklyn, New York home. The death did not appear to be suspicious, WABC TV of New York City reported. Authorities said she was found inside her home by her daughter. Shabazz is one of 6 children parented by Malcolm X and wife Betty Shabazz. Malcolm X was assassinated Shabaz's death came just 2 days after 2 men, one of them deceased, were exonerated in connection with her father's death after being convicted in 1966. Malika Shabazz had several run-ins with law enforcement over the years. Yeah, that's where's my conspiracy theorist at? Where is my conspiracy theorist at? There's that's some coincidence right there. That's some coincidence right there. I mean, well, has anybody heard that? Because I haven't gotten that deep into it. Has the family uh has the family said anything about how they feel about the 2 people being exonerated? Because I must say, if I find out that, or if it comes out, not if I find out, but if it comes out that, she was being, vocal, somehow being against what occurred, in terms of that exoneration, and then she just missed it. I mean, sometimes, things happen. But that's really some coincidence right there. Yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see. Yeah, that's man. And just in general, I always was like, damn, you know what I'm saying? Just as a person that just appreciates what both of them, all of them, but in particular, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, uh, like they families just has been through a tremendous amount of struggle. You know what I'm saying? That that the amount, that they added on to the community for that to be the case is, and what does that say about us? You know what I'm saying? Meaning, like, Kyle Rittenhouse, people put up a whole bunch of money. You know what I'm saying? People put up a whole bunch of money, whoever it be, you know what I'm saying? Remember, I think they did it for Chauvin too. I know they did it for the officer that shot Mike Brown, you know what I'm saying? Where they collect up, millions of dollars. If we got to get you out of jail, if you need lawyers' fees, or if you just want to get a Lamborghini. You know what I'm saying? But we could just look at the long line of people, right? Who we say their names and records, and we use their research and statistics on our YouTube channels and shit. You know what I'm saying? And they be passing away destitute in some of these cases. Oh, snap. Today is the JFK assassination. But to me, now look, that's another sign of the times. Because I remember when you couldn't get close to JFK assassination without a whole news story coming on about how beautiful Jackie Onassis is and how suave and debonair John Kennedy is. So, that's actually a sign of the times that that could pass by without me even noticing. The Ahmaud Arbery trial, yeah, I didn't get a chance to look at all of it. I did listen to like a day of the testimony, but I mean, sometimes it's like, look, we already know what we're gonna see. But yeah, though, with Malcolm X, man, and then the grandson, what happened with the grandson, Martin Luther King, kids be suing each other and shit like that. I guess over the legacy or whatever. To me, that's tragic. Yeah, 793rd, definitely. Everything about Camelot was pretty much phony, but it's just that that was the story that we was growing up with. You know what I'm saying? That you know, John Kennedy was this debonair guy that cared about Black people. I mean, at the time, I really didn't understand it. You know, it was something I just couldn't understand it. Like that whole era of time, because I was a little bit after that. So I never got Elvis. I never, it was bad shit that I couldn't understand. Like, this the guy y'all talking about? Like, you ever used to wonder what they were talking about? You'd be like, yo, Elvis Presley could dance and shit. Like, that's one of them things where it's like, who they talking about? Like, if there's somebody standing behind that fat guy with is there, is there somebody standing behind that fat white guy doing some dance moves? Because I don't see him doing no dance. Yeah, they say get it. I didn't even know Elvis was still alive. Not right now. I'm talking about when I was little. I didn't know Elvis was still alive. I didn't know the Beatles were still alive. I think when I realized the Beatles were still alive is when John Lennon got shot. Who knows, man? But yeah, that's a wishing name, man. I don't. We're gonna have to we're gonna have to keep our eyes open for some more. We gotta keep our eyes open to see what other news comes out about Malcolm X's daughter returned to the essence, so soon after that day, at the age of 56. I mean, it's not going to be a good situation either way, but it'll definitely be a better situation if it was just something where, her health just gave out, no foul play. Kanye did a record with who?
You're gonna go to place.
The cabinet over there, yeah. The third one.
Put you on?
Nah, it's 8.
Cook this.
Yeah,
There's some shit here, man. I'm joking.
some jambalaya.
That kitchen, man. I'm dead ass, man.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, y'all have you on here long enough. Like I said, I gotta go set some things off. I got some other designs that I want to work on. And so we can make sure any orders that people want to make for the holidays or whatever, they get there in time. You know what I'm saying? Complete. I'm still waiting on the people to hit me back. They didn't hit me back about the kicks yet. But I found some other things that we might be able to rock out. These is like these is it's like those the ones you saw, the ones I sent. These is more like the Converse style jump offs. They like the Converse style jump offs where yeah, I got to see how it works. But those is actually might be a little bit easier for us to get those. But yeah, we still didn't get, oh yeah, Shaquem sent one through. What was it? God's Gear. It's actually not bad. I'll probably take the S out. God, hold on, let's see if that's available. Because I need a domain name. I need a domain name for the merch. For the merch site now. All right, so God Gear is not taken. But we got the queens. We got the women's them. So we gotta think of something that's a little more all-inclusive. Jules with a Z. I was thinking that, but I don't got it with a Z right now. But you know what I did? I think Jules. That's what I've been thinking. Just Jules.com seems to be open. Says it can't be reached. I'm good.
Sure.
Yeah, this day.
Okay. Don't play games in that kitchen, man. Tommy.
But yeah, Jules.com appears to be open. Even our Jules is taken. Just our Jules. They got some high power shit over here. These cats over here is like the beers or something. I don't know. This could be some costume shit. Oh, no, this shit is in Mumbai, though. You know, that's really where the jewels come from over there. So. India. Yeah, no, I think it's real, but they ain't got no price on it. Yeah, so can't take our jewels. Actually, what about that? That's too much though. If we put so that's looks available. Or if we put 8. Looks like that's taken 2. If we put 8 jewels, like Bill Jewel, I give a 1 in the like in the 12 jewels, you said. .net, right? I was thinking that too, but you think that might throw people off? Let's see if we get you .net. All right, you're right about that. It is some other ones. Okay, so net appears to be open. See, we probably, yeah, that's probably how we end up doing. It probably just won't be a .com. Like it might be something like randomjewels.shop or something. He said net looks more trustworthy than com. Yeah, you know, it is. I'm just so used to calm and shit that that's so but yeah, that's probably what I just end up doing. Just going with something else besides calm. But yeah, we have those I gotta work. I think what I'm gonna do and I'm probably gonna we gotta do some stuff for the mothers. We're not sure yet. We probably get some what's the name? Oh yeah, I got the water bottles too. Forgot about that. Last year we had the coffee mugs. Last year we had the coffee mugs. This year we'll get the water bottles. But in the meantime, in between time, everybody that made it this far, do the each one teach one, hit the like button. We didn't open the medicine cabinet today, but from the G building, we're gonna go ahead and sign off and say peace.